Please mute yourself. Participants, you are requested to mute yourself. Shondip Sarkar sir, please mute yourself. Yes, thank you. Participants are requested to mute themselves for a while. Please mute yourselves.
Session மாறி இருக்குதாமா? ஆமாங்க.
Anubrata sir, are you in the meeting? Anubrata sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Has the speaker joined yet?
Yes.
Okay, then you can.
Our hoster requested to please co-host as our speaker.
Okay. So we can begin.
Just a minute, Shubhan Rekha.
Okay. Yes.
Actually, Shubhasis sir, our honorable speaker already joined. Kindly co-host him. Kindly make him co-host.
Yes.
Shubharnarekha ma'am, start
Yes.
our
Okay.
session.
Am I audible clearly?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining again. We are here today on the second day of the 5-day faculty development program on COPO mapping and COPO attainment, organized by the IQAC cell and R&D cell of Greater Kolkata College of Engineering and Management. So very heartily welcome to you all. Today, we have our first speaker, Professor Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, right?
Oh, ma'am, today's first session is Professor Dr. Sabyasachi Sen. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Today's session is interchange, ma'am.
Yes.
So first session is Professor Dr.
Sabyasachi Sen, and he will be talking about how to create effective PO and CO that are in line with the learning objectives and institutional goals. Let me introduce him to the participants that we have here today. Dr. Sabyasachi Sen received Bachelor BSc Honors in Physics, Master with Physics with Electronic Specialization, PhD, from the prestigious University of Calcutta, and postdoctoral work with Dr. Swapun Chakraborty, Department of Chemistry, University of Calcutta. His teaching experience is nearly 22 years and experience in academic administration as head for more than 17 years and dean above 7 years. And now he is the principal since May 2023. His area of research interest is molecular nanoelectronics and spinotronics, having 36 published research papers in Journal of International Repute, which includes physical chemistry letters, etc. Yes, so today's speaker, sir.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Very good morning, sir.
Very good morning to Anubrata.
Good morning, sir. You can go on with your session. Thank you we are honored to have you. Okay.
I'm really honored to your entire team of GKCEM. My special thanks goes to Anubrata Mondal, who have been consistently upon me. Okay, about getting myself ready for this particular FDP program. I'm also thankful to Shubhajit Chattaraj for following me up. And I'm also, I just gratefully acknowledge Moha Madam, Moha the principal of the institute, inviting me to this particular event. I have been associated with Madam for a long time. Okay, we work together at JISU College of Engineering. So it's a long association, it's a long relation with a brother and sister. So that we have been maintaining over the years. So in every occasion, Madam is invited. I have taken my time out and tried to spend some time, share whatever I know in the various spheres of academics to my other colleagues at GKCEM. Ultimately, all of us are colleagues only. So whatever be the experience, whatever be the information, whatever be the knowledge I gathered as I passed through my career in teaching and research, so that I only try to share. And today's topic, as you know, is more than almost, it has reached to the maximum, I believe, 100 participants are there. And it is related to the outcome-based education system. Again, thanks to the entire IQAC of GKCEM for choosing this topic, okay, which is quite contemporary. I think that your team may be getting ready for the NBAs and the NAC, etc. So for that perspective, also getting a clear-cut view of clear-cut understanding of these COs, POs, their mapping, the attainment calculation. I think that may be one of the objective of this event. So again, thanks to all of you. So let me share my screen. Now, I'll be, because it is in the basically the first session of the day 2. So it is mainly highly conceptual topics are there. So I'll try to connect it in a way it is easy to you, it is understandable to you. So in that way, I'll try to present it. So let me share the screen with you. My request to all of you, if you if my voice is breaking, if there is a problem, please write in the chat box so that I can note it down and I can take the action accordingly.
Okay, okay, sir.
So just give me just 1-2 seconds. Let my PPT get open.
Okay, okay, no issues.
Please enable screen sharing, host.
Sir, you can share, sir. Already you make a co-host, sir.
No, actually I have joined from 2 different IDs.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, sir. Shubhasis, sir.
One is through my computer, another is through my
Okay, huh.
Sir, what is the name of your another
Mukherjee
account?
Sen.
Dean R&D JISC.
Dean, okay.
ও সেটা পুরোটাই রয়ে গেছে, ঠিক আছে।
Okay, no issue.
একটা প্রিন্সিপাল আছে আর একটা ডিন হচ্ছে, ঠিক আছে আমি করে দিচ্ছি। Yes sir, you are already closed now. From
Sir,
both the
now you can share.
এক সেকেন্ড দাঁড়াও।
Okay.
I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible, sir.
So again, very good morning to all of you. This is the topic I have been given by you. That is how to create effective PO, that is program outcome and course outcome that are in line with the objective of the learning objective and institutional goals. So if you look at those red lines, you will realize it is a highly fundamental topic to talk about what is the basic understanding about PO, what is the basic understanding about CO, how you will set them, how you will write them, and how you connect them with the learning objective and goals of the institute. And so I start with the basic idea, what is called a program, because in this word PO, I hope all of you are aware of the fact here in the word PO, P stands for program and O stands for outcome. And in the word CO, the word C stands for course and O stands for the outcome. The word outcome is connected in both the cases because we are practicing in an education system under the guidance of ICT, which is called outcome-based education system. So that's why the word outcome is coming. So now let me just explain you that what does it mean by a program, what does it mean by a course, and then how outcomes are coming into our discussion. What is a program? A program actually leads to a degree. For example, in GKCEM, if there is a BTech program in computer science and engineering, that BTech program is a program. BTech program in electrical engineering, that is another program. Suppose if you have got a BCA in a non-ICT course, so that is another program. These are various types of programs. So your college is offering various programs. These are all undergraduate programs. And if you have got MTechs or MCAs or MBAs, you are offering the postgraduate program. So program is something which has a final output, that is to offer a degree in the perspective of getting a degree. But there is another outcome also of giving a program. What program does? A program is expected to, if somebody is undergoing a 4 years BTech in computer science and engineering program, then he or she is not, they are not just going to get a degree of computer science and engineering, rather he or she will be given or added up with some attributes. Those attributes are called the program outcomes. I hope somebody might have told you, yesterday also there is a session. So a program is basically BTech program in maybe MCA program, a BCA program, maybe BSc program. So if this is called a program. And what is a course? A course is basically the various types of various papers or various paper codes those students are learning in attaining the final degree of the 4 years program. So course leads to the attainment of the learning outcome and of a program, and finally to the degree. So if somebody is learning a 4 years BTech program in computer science and engineering in your college, he or she is learning various courses. A course in physics, I always give physics as first example because I am a physics person, automatically comes to my mind. Maybe he or she may be learning through a course of electrical engineering, mathematics, computer science, C programming, data structure. Okay, later on, now the Pythons are coming, big data analysis are coming. These are all various types of courses. As normally a big computer science and engineering student, I've chosen computer science and engineering as an example. You can choose any other stream also. There also, to attain that particular degree, a student has to learn various types of courses. Suppose somebody entering in first year, he has to learn 4 theoretical courses, 4 practical courses. Okay, so basically he in a semester, on an average, a student is learning maybe 8 courses. Okay, 8 courses, and finally in the 4 years program, he or she is learning 8 into 8, 64 different types of courses. So after going to those courses, after what is happening, students will be ultimately getting a degree. If you see 2 things now, one is to think in the perspective of getting a degree. If you are willing to get a degree in computer science and engineering, that means you have to undergo various courses. You have to learn various courses across 8 semesters. But another point is important in our discussion today, and also in the larger perspective of the outcome-based education, that is to the attainment of the learning outcome. That means at the end of the program, as I mentioned a few minutes back, he or she is not going to get a job in computer science and engineering. He or she is not going to get a certificate or degree in computer science and engineering, but he or she will be getting some qualities, some attributes that will be identifying him or her, okay, as a graduate engineer. It is true for all the courses. A graduate engineer must have some attributes. Those are the attributes of graduating engineer. And in order to get those attributes, he or she is learning maybe 64 courses. So each course will be giving some knowledge, some attribute to the attainment of all those final attributes of the program. So attributes that are the qualities or that is being developed from the courses are the outcome of the courses. And finally, okay, those whatever be the courses, our course outcomes are coming, they are actually finally leading to the attainment of the final program outcome. So together we are coining a term called learning outcome, because now I hope you have attended many seminars or many FDPs like that. So there has been a paradigm shift in the thinking. Now the teaching learning process is learner centric. Learning is important, not information sharing or information gathering. So that's why how is your students are learning. Suppose somebody is getting admitted today in your in any BTech program or BSc program or BCA program or any undergraduate program anywhere in the state of West Bengal. So what is the main objective? Main objective is to not to get a degree. Main objective is to get the learning of of a course in computer science, learning of a course in electrical engineering, learning of a course in electronics, learning of a course in maybe medicine, we are learning of a course in chemistry, like that. So after learning those courses, he or she will be given with some attributes apart from getting a certificate. And how he or she is getting those attributes? Through various courses. So attributes that is being the qualities, the specialities that is being you're getting from learning, they're called learning attributes or learning outcomes. Outcome means what you get at the end of the day. What are the skills you develop at the end of the day? So they are called learning outcome. Here I give you the definition of learning outcome. Learning outcomes are not just numbers. Learning outcomes are not degrees. They are some specific knowledge. There are some skills, some expertise that you are developing after undergoing a program or a course. Suppose somebody is undergoing MBBS program. So he will be given the skills of a doctor. He will be given the expertise of a doctor. Okay, which will be completely different if somebody is learning electronics and communication at your college. His skills will be the skills of an engineer. His thinking will be the thinking of an engineer. If somebody is say undergoing another very prosperous profession, now say a law, undergoing a law course, so his skills will be related to how do you practice it in the actual courtroom. Okay, so those skills will be coming. So skills will vary, but the word skill is important. After now, instead of getting information, you have to get the skill. You have to develop skills. How do you develop skill? Through getting through the knowledge. And after, if you are skilled enough, then you become expert in that field. A computer science and engineering student or MBBS passed out just a student cannot become expert in his or her field. He has to develop the skill. He has to nurture the skill. He has to apply the skill. He or she will become expertise. Then we will have some good professional. Okay, and that is a major objective of learning any course. Okay, are you getting my words correctly? Are you following me? Hello.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So the main objective of any course or any program, okay, any program is to define. Suppose somebody is undergoing MBBS program, a student will be not getting a degree after passing after completing the course. Rather, he will become attributed with some skills, some knowledge, and they together will develop expertise for that particular person. They are just called the learning outcome. Now, whatever be the expertise, whatever be the skills that you are developing to the entire program of BTech in electrical engineering or MBBS program or BSc in chemistry or BSc in geology, then that type of program, that type of learning outcomes are basically called program outcome. Your popular program outcome is basically the skills, that expertise that you develop after undergoing a program. According to AICT, according to NBA, all engineering students should have similar skill sets. Okay, so they are fixed to a program outcome for the engineering program. All of them will have some specific skill sets. So we'll discuss them in later part of the discussion. And for every course, somebody is learning a course. Suppose a mechanical student is learning a course in C programming in the first year. So that is also connected. That course of C programming will be giving some skill set to the mechanical engineering student. What is that skill set? To think logically, to put everything logically. The concept of developing logics, the concept of developing algorithms, okay, will be coming into the mindset of a mechanical engineering person so that he can become an expert in his mechanical field when he will be combining his mechanical knowledge with the software knowledge. Okay, so that skill sets will come. And that is also one of the attributes of the program of mechanical engineering, okay, when he will be solving any complex problem. He will be giving solution of design of a specific problem, like that. So learning outcome is meant for is developing skill set of the person. It may be the learning outcome of a program called program outcome, or learning outcome of a course called course outcome. So here, whatever I told you, it's written here. So learning outcome. So what you have to do as a teacher, what we have to do, we have to learn for a given course. We have to, because at our college, at JISU, we are in an autonomous system. We have to learn, write down our own course outcomes. Program outcomes are fixed by ICT, but you are under MACOUT, so maybe your courses may be coming out with definite course outcomes, but you yourself have to prepare also, where you'll be facing the visiting teams. So how to write a proper course outcome? Okay, that is also an art. That is also a technique that I should be discussing during the course of my discussion. Okay, so that statement itself does that what are the skill set that you expect from a given course? Obviously, the skill set that you develop from a course in English, that HU 101 paper or 201 paper in the first semester, that similar skill set you cannot get from the course in the workshop practical class, because first one is meant for developing communication skill and second one is meant for developing the hands-on skills in the laboratory. So but how do you write them in pen and paper? That is an art that every teacher needs to know. Then you can develop good learning outcome for a given course called course outcome. If any visiting team comes, they will check it. Okay, and how you will frame them, I will show you by an example. I will try to make you understand by some example. Okay, so this is the basic structure of a learning outcome. How to write learning outcome statement. There will be an action verb. Okay, that will be describing the type of learning outcomes that we are talking about. Okay, a description what the learners will be able to do, under which conditions they will be able to do, and also the some constraint or the level at which they will be doing it. I'll show you with some examples, then that will be clear. So our focus, if I make a summary now, I have told you what is called a program. BTech is a program, BSc is a program, MBBS is a program. So BTech computer science is one undergraduate program. BTech electrical engineering is another undergraduate program. A program, to get a program, to certification in a program, a student has to undergo many courses. So, but finally, it may be course, it may be a program. What is the main objective? Develop some skills for the students. Those skills are called learning outcomes. So for the final program, there will be those learning outcomes are called POs or program outcome. According to NBA, for every engineering student, there will be definite 12 POs. But for course, what all those POs that will be connected with the individual courses. So every course also expected to give some skill set for the students. They are called course outcomes. So as a teacher, when you'll be writing your own course outcome, suppose somebody here is taking a class on electrical engineering, basic electrical engineering, he or she has to write down that course outcome. Somebody here may be taking a class of power systems, he or she has to write down the course of outcome of that specific paper. And the skill set that you need from the outcome of that power system class, the skill set that will be developed, obviously different from the basic electricals. Basic electrical is a fundamental course and power system is an advanced course. So they are going to give different skills. So when you will be writing that outcome, learning outcome statement or course outcome statement, that will be written in that way only. That means at which level there will be descriptive words, that is what you are going to do. And there will be the conditions where you are going to do. Okay, and also the performance level. Performance level at the first year basic engineering course, basic electrical course, and the performance level at the third year power system course would be different. I'll show you. Okay. So now, what are the 5 learning outcomes that is expected? I was telling you now that after undergoing the program or after reading through the course, or students or learners will be developing some skills. What are those 5 skills? The 5 skills, this is available in anywhere in any literature. They are obviously you see, learning is an intellectual business. So obviously, every student or every learner should be developing an intellectual skill. It may be even a nursery student, it may be even a postgraduate student. Ultimately, their job is to understand a concept. Somebody, when he or she is learning A for apple, he is developing a concept. When somebody is learning 1 + 2 = 3, the concept of addition, he is learning a rule. Similarly, if somebody is trying to know how partial differentiations are done, that is also a rule. Okay. If you're doing a practical in the laboratory, you are trying to know a procedure there. So these are all intellectual skills. But as a human being, how do you understand that skill? That is your cognitive strategy. That is how you, suppose you know in the chemistry laboratory, when you are doing titration, at a given point, you see there is a change in color. But how to interpret that result from one chemical, one composition to another composition, one system to another. If in the basic electrical classes, students have to take the data of the, or even in physics classes also. Okay, again, voltage, you are taking some data of the current. Okay, so this is something, this is a procedural knowledge in terms of intellectual skills. But how do you interpret the data? How do you calculate? How do you draw a graph? Okay, that is your cognitive strategy. So that is another skill. So intellectual skills will develop the concept, but how do you realize that? How do you apply that? How do you keep it within yourself? That is your cognitive skill. And whatever you learn, okay, you have to express it yourself. That is a verbal skill. And suppose, and ultimately, if all of us are doing the engineering business only, so ultimately students have to apply that. Somebody in mechanical engineering, he has understood the concept of electronics and the basic Python's programming very well. So he know intellectually what is the basic concept of circuits. He know intellectually what is the basic concept of how to write down a Python program. He know intellectually how to connect them, okay, to develop a mechatronic system. But ultimately, you have to develop through some motor skills. You have to by hand, you have to design a circuit. Okay, that is a motor skill, or some actions he has to do. Okay, and also finally, you see, main and ultimate goal, which is in many cases missing, is to develop the personal skill. That is the attitude, etc. That is how do you define a person. Okay, nowadays that is also lacking in many cases. So you see, the objective of the learning outcomes are actually covering every spheres, starting from developing a knowledge, starting from how to keep that knowledge within, that is a cognitive skill. How do you express that? That is a verbal skill. Motor skill, how do you do that in practice? Okay, when you play cricket, okay, as a batsman, how do you hit a ball? That is a motor skill. Okay, and there the concept of what is called velocity, what is called impact, what is the bat speed, what is the concept of mass, what is the concept of distance. That physics is not less important. Rather, how do you apply that knowledge of physics, okay, into in sending the ball outside the boundary? That is important. That is a motor skill. And attitude is okay, ultimately makes a human being. So when you will be developing those course outcome, okay, because I cannot write down program outcome for you in this class. Program outcomes are fixed by ICT and NBA. And so when you'll be writing down those course outcomes, you mind it, you think it, that you are basically your course outcome, every course, by some way or the other, maybe will be connected with these 5 different learning outcomes. In the practical classes, the motor skills, the verbal information, okay, the attitude, they are all important. But suppose you are doing hardcore mathematics, M101, then cognitive skill and intellectual skills are more important. Okay, and attitude is always important, like that. So that mix and match you have to make from courses to courses. And what scientists did actually, they have developed a strategy how to connect, how to express this learning outcome in the proper in a proper way, in a proper shape. So what they did, they have developed the 6 action verbs, okay, to express these learning outcomes. And the 6 action verbs have been provided by Bloom. Actually, in the educational technology, in the history of education, there has been many proposals have been there. But I hope somebody might have told you Bloom's approach, or popularly called Bloom's taxonomy, they are mainly meant for the cognitive skills. Okay, they together actually expresses the a learning outcome in a most scientific manner. And these are very popular terms for you. So these are the learning outcome of any course or any program. And what Bloom has done, he has given 6 action verbs to express the learning outcome in an ultimate manner. So now our life is easy. When we will be writing down any learning outcome, any course outcome, our job is to keep the or write down the correct form of the Bloom's taxonomy, suitable form of the Bloom's taxonomy to express the outcome of a course. Suppose somebody is undergoing AM201 course, the second course in mathematics. So to write down those course outcome, I'll use these 6 action verbs. But somebody is undergoing a course in say microwaves for electronic student. To write down those outcome of the course, I'll not think too much. I'll not spend my time in the details of the intellectual skill, cognitive skill, etc. These are theoretically good, but when you're writing down the statement, okay, you have to only use these 6 action verbs. So whatever be the skill set that I mentioned, you can easily compress them, you can easily explain them or express them in terms of these 6 action verbs. I hope you have heard about these action verbs. Everything begins by understanding of a topic or remembering of a topic. Okay, when you are, suppose you are reading a storybook. Any problem? Suppose you are reading a story.
Actually, one participant is unmute. That's why I said distance.
Suppose you are reading a storybook. Okay, when you see our main difference, if you see, try to isolate yourself when you reading a newspaper, reading a storybook, and when you are preparing for yourself for a new topic that you want to cover in the class, your approaches become different. But you see, everywhere, even if you read a storybook, even if you read a newspaper, or even if you try to you are reading a new topic or new chapter in the course you are covering, the first thing that we try to do, you try to recollect ourselves. Okay, so that is a remembering process. It comes for any types of knowledge that we try to, or any types of development of knowledge, maybe undergoing a proper course leading to a program, a degree, or maybe usual learning of storybooks or newspaper or anything we learn. In Facebooks also, every day we learn so many things. And we do remember them for some time. After 1, 2, 3, 4 days, we forget them because new set of information come. But everywhere in any learning system, okay, the first thing begins with remembering of a concept or remembering of an idea. And after remembering what comes, the concept of understanding. Suppose you are trying to, you are reading a new topic of your new course. So first you try to remember the various terms, what is going on, and then you try to understand by yourself what is going on. And then when you solve a problem with that concept, then you are applying that idea. And when you solve that problem, you get a data or get a result, you are trying to do an analysis of the problem you have done. And after that, if you do 2, 3 similar problems, you can evaluate, you can judge. Suppose I hope electrical people are sitting here. Suppose you are doing some circuit analysis using you are giving your electrical networks you are teaching and doing some circuit and various types of circuits you have presented. So there you apply the basic laws of Kirchhoff's voltage law, Kirchhoff's current law. So that is the basic remembering you do. You understand that is where to apply which law, in which type of network, which type of mesh we apply them. Okay, then you apply that into variety of problem. Then you analyze the probability of the problem. Then you evaluate which one is good for the circuit. Suppose you are teaching various types of LRC or LCS circuits. But if you have to do a resonance circuit, obviously after analyzing the 3 types of circuit, you will be understanding which is going to make a resonance circuit. That is the evaluation. And you can apply, you can create the receiver out of that. That is called the creation of the or creating something. So this is the way you develop a knowledge. Okay. And this is the actual understanding. If you are at the highest level of the learning outcome is obviously the creation of something. Whatever you learn, remember, whatever you understand, you apply them, you analyze them, you evaluate them, you create them. So that's why designing of circuits, if you are a person of physics, if you are a person of electronics, electrical engineering, designing of circuits gives you the ultimate achievement to create something. Okay, developing project. That's why we do a lot of technical symposium, technical fest. Okay, because that is the highest level. All technical fest are actually the exhibition of highest level of cognitive domain or highest level of learning outcome of all the courses that is connected with the circuits, etc. So I hope I have tried to illustrate you what are the learning outcomes. Learning outcome, you can express them in this 5 different ways. But when you'll be writing down our learning outcome statement, that is what I am going to show you. You will be expressing them in the Bloom's way. Now, one thing I noticed that although I'm shouting about the word learning outcome, but in your title, you have given me the word learning objective. Because we are practicing outcome-based education system, I'll be focusing on the word learning outcome, not on the learning objective, but it is legitimate. I should tell you what is the difference between the learning objective and learning outcome. Learning objective is something, suppose somebody is, suppose you are attending today's class with me. So what is the objective of the class? Before I started the class, okay, my objective was to explain the difference between the learning objective and learning outcome. Because after looking at the heading, I thought I will tell you. Let me give a slide to explain what is the difference between learning objective and learning outcome. So this has been my objective before I take the session. So this is something futuristic. Yesterday, when I was preparing the slide, I thought it should be done. It could be done. So that has been my objective, learning objective. There is a purpose of when you'll be attending the session. What would be the purpose? After going through this slide, the purpose is that you can differentiate between the learning objective and the learning outcome. Now, what would be the outcome that will happen after I have taken the session, after I have completed the slide? That is, learning objective is something futuristic. Suppose for some reason I have not taken this session, then my learning objective would have been the objective only. No outcome will come. Now outcomes are expected. That is, after undergoing this session, after undergoing this 1 hour of time, you will be now able to differentiate what is called learning objective and outcome. So this is something that is already happened. Okay, so learning outcomes are expected that if somebody has continued with a particular course, what skill set he or she will be developing. And learning objective means what he or skills. If somebody is getting admitted to the BTech program today, what are the skill set he or she will be developing at the end of the 4 years. So objective is futuristic. Okay, and outcomes are basically in the past tense. Okay, what has happened? I hope that in an outcome-based education system, our main emphasis is that what are the skill set our students have developed after undergoing the course. So that's why we are more concentrating on learning outcomes. It may be program outcome, it may be the course outcome. Okay. Do you understand my words? Learning objective means that is what you are going to do. That is the futuristic view. And learning outcomes are what are the skill set you have already developed. Suppose after this, I changed the slide. Now you know what is the objective difference between objective and outcome. Objective means what you are going to do, and outcome means whatever has happened. Okay. So when you are developing outcome-based education system, the outcome of a course, outcome of a program. So basically, we are talking about outcomes of the program, not an objective. Objective means what are the futures. If you are something futuristic, that may happen or may not happen. So we are interested on whatever has happened. So that's why we are focusing on learning outcomes. So what learning outcomes are going to do? They will ultimately make a student smart. Okay. How do you make a student smart? And so that's why every learning outcome, when you'll be writing down the learning outcome statement in the language of Bloom, these are the 6 action verbs we'll be using to write down the learning outcome statement. And each statement should have some quality. There is a quality of smart. Every learning outcome or every course outcome, okay, you have to do attainment calculation. So that's why this slide is very important there. Every course outcome should be smart. Smart means key. Course outcome is specific. Course outcomes should be measurable. Measurable means you can calculate them. Your job is to calculate the attainment of the course, CO attainment, okay, COPO mapping, everything we do now. What is the objective? Is to calculate whether that course is attained by the student or not. So that is, what you can measure. You have to measure that. So course outcomes has to be measurable. Program outcome has to be measurable. It should be specific. It should be measurable. It should be achievable. Okay. As a teacher, we should not fix a course outcome. Okay, that is not achievable by my student. Okay, it should be realistic. It should be timely. Okay, suppose we are offering a course in the mathematics M101. It is for a first year student. He or she is getting maybe 2 months to learn it. So you have to, when you will be writing down the course outcome, when you will be developing that course, the developer of the course should try to keep this in mind. The time factor. That means he or she has to be realistic. He or she has to think, the teachers that who are developing the learning outcomes, that this has to be achievable by student. And whatever they achieve, I can measure them. And for that purpose, you have to be very specific in your development of the learning outcomes. Okay. You cannot write arbitrary learning outcomes unless and until you measure it, unless and until it is achieved by the student, unless and until it is meaningful and can be developed can be attained in a time-bound manner. Okay, then it is a student of mathematics M101, a first-year student has to learn that outcome within the first semester only. If somebody is completing M101 in the third semester, he is a backlog student. So that is not going to be my main objective as a teacher. I want a student of first semester should attain the outcome of the M101 course. Okay. The outcome of the M101 course should be attained at the end of the first semester only. So it has to be developed in a more practical manner, pragmatic manner, realistic manner. Okay. So this has to be the main, you have to keep it in mind. So my job, if I make a summary, I have told you what is called a program, what is called a course, and what is called learning objective. Objective is futuristic, our interest in outcome. There is what are the skill sets that a student will be developing. What are the skill sets? Those skill sets, I am representing them in the 6 action verbs of Bloom. And what we have to do now, we will be now writing down the statement, some of the statement of the how to write down or how to write a proper learning outcome. Learning outcome may be of a course, that is called course outcome. Learning outcome may be of a program, that is called program outcome. I cannot write down program outcome for engineering student because it is given by NBA already. The 12 program attributes, program outcomes are there. So as a teacher, what we can do when we'll be facing any visiting team also, we'll be developing the outcome of the courses. So that course outcome should be expressed in terms of these action verbs, and they will be written in a realistic manner. They will be written in a meaning specific manner and written in such a way so that those course outcomes are achievable. Okay. So when you'll be doing the attainment calculation, okay, you do something meaningful. So that is a different story that will be covered in some other classes. You keep one thing in mind. When you do attainment calculation, you do attainment calculation of that course. That is not the attainment calculation of a student. Okay, attainment calculation of the 500 student undergoing, say, physics 101 program. It's not like that. That is the attainment calculation of PH 101 course. Okay, if that is attained, then that course is running well. If that is not attained, then you have to think about that course. You have to think about the content of the course, that its outcomes are not attained by the students. Okay, there is a loop there that will be covered in some other classes. Now, how to develop learning outcome. So I'll be now showing you how learning outcomes are developed. 2 steps are there. Obviously, first step is to, as I mentioned, ultimately courses will lead to the degree or program. So level 1 of developing any learning outcome is to write down the learning outcome from every courses. For every course, okay, there will be learning outcome. And level 2 is to write down the outcome of the program and outcome of the as I mentioned, POs are fixed for engineering student graduates and PSOs will vary, the program specific outcomes. The program specific outcome of mechanical engineering program will be obviously different from that of information technology. Okay. And third one is obviously the lifelong learning. Lifelong learning is also included in the PO statement of NBA, but these are the 3 levels. Whatever you learn, that has to be there with you forever. That is the main concept. So in this class, in this session, we will be mainly concentrating on how to write down the COs. I will give you some example. After that, I'll tell you what is the meaning of PO, some attributes of the skill that an engineering graduate have. And to learn that, he or she is maybe undergoing 64 courses. So every course will be there, is going to offer a skill, and that skill will be ultimately developing the final program outcome skill. So that's why the skill of the course has to be mapped with the skill of the program. That is called COPO mapping. I'll show you that also. Now let me choose any course. Okay, let me choose few courses. First, I'm giving the first year examples because I have seen all the list of the speakers. mainly coming from engineering background. So they will give their engineering examples. Because I'm a science person, I'm giving the science example. This will be helping the basic science department also. Name of the course is the maybe Mathematics 201, M201. Suppose I'm writing down a course CO statement like that. Please try to understand how I'm writing down. You have seen these words after undergoing the course, student will be able to do. So that means this is something, some skill state that student will develop after undergoing the course. This is not futuristic. If a student has undergone the course, okay, then he or she would be able to do this much. Determine, suppose he has undergone M201 course. Okay, so he or she will be able to determine roots of a given equation using a technique called Newton-Raphson method, which all the mathematicians know. Okay, accurate to third decimal place. So if you look here I have used an action verb. What is the action verb? That is connected with the Bloom's 6 action verbs of Bloom's taxonomy I mentioned. So that action verb is coming. There is determination, to determine something. So which type of action verbs I am using here? The application. Okay, third level of Bloom's taxonomy. Bloom's taxonomy begins with this way. It's remembering, understanding and applying. So I'm applying that idea. Okay. So I'm applying the Bloom's taxonomy. When I'm writing down determine, here I am using the word, okay, action verb of Bloom's taxonomy. And what is the next one? Next one is a knowledge, where you are applying the knowledge. That is the roots of the given equation. This is a knowledge. What type of knowledge? Conceptual knowledge. What is an equation and how to calculate the root? That is a procedural knowledge. Procedural মানে একটা পদ্ধতি অঙ্ক যেভাবে করে আর কি, step by step. What is the condition? He or she has to use a method called Newton-Raphson method. Okay, and what is the criteria? That is up to third decimal place. He or she has to calculate the roots of a given equation because it's connected with numerical methods. You know, if you are, I think all of you, most of you know this. Okay, so this is the way you can write down one single statement. This is one of the COs of maybe M201 course. If M201 includes the numerical methods. Okay. So the CO statement keeps so many terms. Try to understand the logic. There will be an action verb. Action verb will be connected with some sort of knowledge. Action verb is to know, to determine. What is that knowledge? To get the root of an equation. What is the condition? You use a method called Newton-Raphson method. Okay. And what is the criteria? You have to get that root after because if you have done numerical analysis, you know, there will be certain extent you can take. Okay, the solution. So up to third decimal place, you have to calculate. So this is the way you can write down one single statement for M201. You can write down many. There are maybe 4 or 5 COs maybe there. Okay. Actually, 3 to 6 COs should be there. Okay. Now, PH101 course. Okay, this physics courses. So again, this is a very common word. After undergoing this course, student would be able to, if somebody in physics are sitting here, okay, you see this is the word apply. Okay, the word apply is connected with it is action verb given by Bloom. Okay, it is a Bloom's taxonomy is giving the word apply. Again, the third level of Bloom's taxonomy, third level. The first one is remembering, second one is the understanding. So I'm in the higher level of it, third level. What you are going to do, there will be knowledge base. What is the knowledge? Knowledge of quantum mechanics. Apply knowledge of quantum mechanics. So that is a conceptual case. What is the third case? Where you apply the condition in physical situation, you have to apply it. Okay, you have to apply the knowledge of quantum mechanics in certain physical situation. What is the criteria? Where you apply? You apply them at the subatomic level. Okay, so this makes that single statement. PH101 CO or PH101 course. Apply knowledge of quantum mechanics in case of physical situation taking place at the subatomic level. I do not know whether you are understanding my words or not, but this is how you develop a CO statement. Okay, this is for any course. First word will be action verb, and action verb here it is apply. Second one is that the particular knowledge base. Okay, suppose you are doing it for electrical engineering and you are doing circuit analysis. Okay, there also you can write down apply the knowledge of say circuit analysis or Kirchhoff's law in case of this type of circuit, okay, taking place or in presence of AC signal like that, okay. Or you are doing you are doing LCR circuit analysis. Apply the knowledge of circuit analysis in case of in presence of this and taking place at this level, okay, like that. So there will be an action verb that will be exemplifying the skill that we are talking about, that is the application. Okay, second one is where you apply, there is a knowledge. In this example, the knowledge of quantum mechanics, that's a conceptual knowledge. Condition is that where you have the physical situation, you have to explain, and at which type of physical situation, at the level of atom, below the size of atom, that is at the subatomic level. Okay, so this is how you define the COs. Okay, my time is limited, so I restrict myself with only 2 examples. One is the example of one single CO statement of mathematics, another is a single statement of physics. Similarly, for physics courses, maybe there may be 5 such COs. Okay, for mathematics, maybe 5 such COs will be there. Okay, but these COs will be ultimately leading to the why physics and mathematics they are learning, because they are in a program of engineering, maybe electrical, maybe mechanical, maybe computer science, maybe civil, maybe IT. So those programs should have some outcome. They're called program outcomes. As per NBA, which our engineering system follows, there are 12 program outcomes are there. They're called graduate attributes. And I'm now in a UGC BSc system. So there are 15 graduate attributes are there. According to UGC, okay, you know, the highest body of higher education in India is graduating students should have 15 attributes. And according to NBA, a graduating student has 12 attributes. Let me just, but mind it, this mathematics course or physics course, suppose somebody in chemistry honors, he is learning mathematics and physics. So there also I can write down the statement like this way. But there, the outcome of the program, okay, of a physics honors course or chemistry honors course or will be different of somebody in engineering program. They are also learning mathematics courses and physics courses, but their outcomes will be different. Those outcomes are manifested in 12 graduate attributes of NBA, and for other programs, for BSc programs, it is given in 15 graduate attributes for UGC. So these are the 15 graduate, but they're very much connected. You will realize, let me, if I just pass through, you will realize the first one, this is a disciplinary knowledge, to know the topic. This is from UGC, okay. Disciplinary knowledge, that means to know that the concept of a particular discipline or the knowledge or understanding of one specific discipline. Now, after NEP has come, the concept of major program, minor program, they are becoming important. So disciplinary knowledge means whatever be the major or minor the student have chosen, he has to develop the knowledge of that. Okay. If you are similarly in engineering, also will connect it. Next is the communication skill, to express yourself. Next one is critical thinking. One of the major attributes of this modern day education system. Okay, the education system we are in is called education 4. Okay, so there is a critical thinking. By think yourself, where you can have the power of analysis, evaluation, the problem solving ability. Okay, you will see this statement in the NB attributes also. That is to how do you solve problems with the knowledge acquired. Okay, how do you analyze your analytical skills? Okay, the research related skills. Okay, the research related skill means the skill of asking question, the skill of inquiry, the skill of problematizing a question, situations, the skill of synthesizing and doing the power of articulation. These are all the research skills. And you know, as per NEP 2020, the new type of new regulation has come out. Research related skills have now become very important. Every student in their final year, maybe engineering program, maybe non-engineering program, research skills are going to play a major role now. Okay, cooperation and teamwork. Okay, similar term you'll get in NB attributes also. Scientific reasoning. Okay, the reflective thinking. That is, reflective thinking means your the actions that you take after looking at a situation. The digital literacy. Okay, the power of using ICT or the modern tools. the self-directed learning, that is the learning by yourself, the multicultural competency, which is very important for Indian perspective now, to give respect to the values of the others. Okay, moral and ethical awareness and reasoning, the power of tolerance, ethical values, which is again very important. Leadership skills, the capability of leading a team or become a member of the team, both are important. Everybody cannot be a leader. Okay, being a member also very important. And lifelong learning, that is to know, to learn, and that is used forever. So these are the 15 graduate attributes of UGC, but you will see they're wonderfully concised in 12 graduate attributes of NBA. Very similar thing. In here also, first one is about knowledge. There was in UGC it was a disciplinary knowledge. Here it is the engineering knowledge. Okay, UGC is for everything. UGC is for all the streams. So that's why it was disciplinary knowledge. Now here, as for NBA, we are focusing on the engineering stream only. So engineering knowledge, applying here you see it begins the third level of the NBA of the Bloom's taxonomy, to apply the knowledge of science and mathematics and engineering fundamentals. Do the analysis of the problem. Analysis also you have seen there. You see, if you follow this 12 statement, you are actually moving up in the Bloom's taxonomy. Okay, this is the application area, and now you are doing the analysis. Okay, doing the analysis of a program, and then you are designing of a program. Okay, you are moving up in the Bloom's taxonomy. Bloom's taxonomy moves up in this direction. Design. Okay, this is next. The fourth one is related with the conduction of it is more connected to the practicals or experiential knowledge. The fifth one is related to the modern tools usage. Sixth one is your role as an engineer towards the society, which is very important. The seventh one is the connection with the environment. Eighth one is related to the ethics. Okay, these are every student of engineering should have these 12 attributes. How do you work in a team? Okay, you can see these are all common words. They are present in UGC also. So ultimately, our higher education system in India, they are asking a student should be good in his own subject domain. A student should have the power of analysis, analytical power, reasoning power, power of designing, power of doing experiment, power of working in a team, power of becoming a part of the society, power of thinking about the environment, power of getting accustomed to the modern tools that is taking place, power of ethics, because ultimately the nation is looking on these fresh graduates only. They are the future. 65% of the population is our 18 to 35 years of boys and girls only. So they should have the ethical skill. They should have the leadership skill. Okay, they should have the power of communication. They should be able to lead the team. Ultimately they should be okay. They should have the whatever be the learning they require or they acquire, that has to be stored for lifelong learning. So these are the 12 attributes or the 12 program outcomes. For UGC, it was 15, but ultimately I've written down the statement only to tell you, you see, both UGC and ICT, actually, all of them ultimately trying to develop graduates with certain specific skills. They are the learning outcomes of the, irrespective of the program, maybe engineering program, maybe some other undergraduate program. Students should have some skills that will enrich them with the knowledge of the subject, that will enrich them with the knowledge and power of analytical power, reasoning skills, the power to think for the society, power to think, power to express himself or ourselves, power to use the modern tools, power to be a part of the team, power to lead a team, and ultimately whatever you learn, not just for learning, not that, okay, but also it should be there within you. Now, you see this learning outcome, as I mentioned, this all program outcome, how they come from courses. So that's why now let me map the outcome of the course, which all of you have to do as a teacher, okay, with the outcome of the program. That is how the skill set acquired in a course can be mapped with the 12 graduate attributes. Okay. So again, I have chosen physics as an example because it is easy for me. Okay. So I have written 4 CO statements. If you're a physics person, you can realize it. You see CO1. Okay, because physics first year student learn a topic of optics. So I've used my CO statement is like that. To explain, you see, when I say explain, I'm using a low order action verb. This is coming from Bloom's taxonomy, yeah, the action verb. The explanation is related to the second order action verb. Okay, related to that understanding comprehension part. Then the knowledge domain. What is the knowledge domain? An optical phenomena. Okay, like interference, diffraction. You see, that is a condition. Which type of optical phenomena? The condition. Interference, diffraction, polarization. And how do you explain it? The criteria is that through superposition principle. If you're a physics person, you know, you have to explain that interference through superposition of waves, etc. So this is maybe one of the CO statements. So look at the second CO statement. Okay. Then again, it is related to the apply. It is the action verb. Okay, the second level of Bloom's taxonomy. Actually, third level of Bloom's taxonomy. And where we apply, this green line means the knowledge of harmonic oscillation. Okay. Now, what is that condition? Condition is two electrical circuits we apply it. How do we apply them? Using the basic mechanical, the criteria is to use them basic mechanical laws. Apply the knowledge of harmonic oscillations to electrical circuits through basic mechanical laws. Okay, if you have studied harmonic oscillations, you know this. And they are equivalents of electrical equivalents. Now, you see, the CO3 is a little bit higher level of Bloom's taxonomy. Okay, the power of analysis. What do you analyze? How light? You see, analysis is the action verb. And then the knowledge, how light could be amplified and applied. Now, what is the condition? A diverse physical situation. And how do you apply? What is the criteria? Using the photonic theory. This is related to the modern optics. And next, fourth one. You see, again, it is higher level of cognitive domain. Justify. Justification means it is a fifth level of Bloom's taxonomy. Evaluation, power of evaluation. Justify, it is the action verb. What is the knowledge? The importance of quantum mechanics. You see, all the words written in red here, they are connected with the Bloom's part, Bloom's taxonomy, Bloom's action verb. All the words written in green here is connected with the knowledge. All the words written in blue here is connected with the condition. And the words written in orange here is written with the criteria. So what is the action verb? It is a fifth level of Bloom's taxonomy. Justify the importance of quantum mechanics. That is the knowledge in explanation of physical situation. That is a condition and criteria key at the microscopic level. So justify the importance of quantum mechanics in the explanation of physical situations at the microscopic level. This will be the fourth CO statement. If you're a physics person, you know, I have covered almost the entire physics course. First statement covers optics. Second statement covers harmonic oscillation. Third statement covers modern optics. Fourth statement covers the quantum mechanics. So these are my course outcomes of a single course that normally a student learn at the level of first years. But this is going to be connected with the program outcomes. So now, how do you do the program outcome? There is a standard technique. I'll just show you statement by statement. How do you do it? Okay. You see, I'm opening an Excel sheet here. I do not know whether you can see it properly because Excels are usually very smaller in size. So let me make it larger. Okay. Can you see this? This is the latest. This is what AICT has latest has proposed recently. Okay. This is how do you define the action verb. Just a second. Let me open a different page. See how I'll be connecting the action verbs. You can see two words there: competency and indicators. Updated COPO for NBA 2022. This one. All of you, please see here. All of you, please see here. This is my how I'm developing the that mapping. You see, you have seen those this table here. Look at this table. This table, this is a very famous table. All of you are aware of the mapping of COs with POs. Now, I do not know whether somebody has told you how do you write down this 2? How do you write down this 1? How suddenly these 2 ones come? Okay, because CO1 means key to explain optical phenomena like interference, diffraction, polarization through superposition principle. So this is my CO1, and it has to be mapped with the 12 graduate attributes of that program. But how I can write down 2 here, 1 here, etc. Now, ICT has given a prescription in its exam reformation done in 2022. That is to the best way of doing is to do this much. Okay, please see, I have used 2 words here. One is called competency and another is called indicators. Competency means that is a PO statement. Okay, the 12 graduate attributes. Okay, the first one is engineering knowledge, which all of you know. An indicator is that to attain this engineering knowledge, what are the indicators that AICTE has specified? Now, when I will be mapping my CO, so CO1, which is written here, CO1, let me just make it bigger. This is my CO1. Okay, explain optical phenomena. This is my CO2, apply knowledge of harmonic oscillation, etc. Now, how these COs will be mapped with POs? Okay, how you do it? That is the point. That is through this much. You see, first you choose any PO, say PO1. Then first one is that, say, you see one. These are the competencies, and how your CO is mapped to the indicators of that you have to learn. First indicator is that apply mathematical techniques such as calculus, linear algebra, statistics to solve problem. So if you are dealing with, say, harmonic oscillations, for example, choose this one. I'm choosing this one. Let me mark it. Okay, I'm choosing this one. Yes, harmonic oscillations, if somebody in physics, you know, yes, it is connected with the application of differential calculus, linear algebra, etc. So it is yes. Apply advanced mathematical techniques to model and solve mechanical problem. So basically, this is also yes, because harmonic oscillation problems are mechanical problem. Apply knowledge of natural science to an engineering problem. So I give yes. Apply fundamental engineering concept to solve problems. So you can, for a harmonic oscillation, you can do it. Apply science and engineering concept to, these are all given, okay, by ICT. Science engineering concept to solve engineering problem, I also give say yes here. So I've given yes here. So if I give this all these YOLOs yes, then there is a formula, then its mapped value will be 3. So when I'll be looking at this table, so the CO2 is mapped with PO1 at the value 3. CO2 is mapped with PO1 at the value 3. I'll write down 3 here. I do not know whether you see it properly, so I'll write down 3 here. Now suppose CO2, how it is mapped with PO2. Let me just show you. What is CO2? CO2 is again that knowledge of harmonic oscillation, etc. Now you see the PO2 statement. What is program outcome 2? Program outcome 2 is this much. Articulate problem statement and identify problem objective. Suppose this is yes. Identify engineering system variables, parameters, solve the problem. This will be no. Okay. Identify mathematical engineering and other relevant knowledge. This will be yes. You have to decide yourself, okay, through brainstorming within the department. Reframe complex problem into interconnected sub-problem. That is a very fundamental harmonic oscillation is very fundamental science, fundamental part of physics, so it does not lead to that complexity. Identify, assemble, evaluate information on resources. Identify existing process. Identify existing process, solution methods for solving problem. This will be yes. Compare, contrast, alternative solution to select the best process. Combine, combine scientific problem with engineering, scientific problem, principle engineering concept, formulate a model mathematically. This may be yes for the this harmonic oscillation problem. Apply engineering mathematics. This way we know. Produced, you have to decide yourself, okay, within the department. Produce, validate results through skills used for contemporary engineering tools. So this way we also know. So if I put all these values, finally, you see at the top, one number will come. If I write down the ZS, this is given by ICT, that number coming is, here it is 1. You see, it is 1 is coming. So what shall I do? In this table, mapping of CO2 with PO2 will be 1. Similarly, I can do it for all the POs. And only thing I have to follow this table, follow this Excel, which is available in the AICD resources. You can get it. So basically, you cannot arbitrarily write down, if I share the screen, you cannot arbitrarily write down, say, CO4 is connected to the justification of the importance of quantum justification statement. Justification means it will be automatically fitting into PO3. Okay, not like that. You have to judge that statement of CO4 with every POs as per the Excel I've shared. So then for every CO, you'll get the mapping with all the POs. Okay, you'll get the values. It will be very hard to get 3. Okay, although I've got 1. So ultimately you'll get those POs, and I think in some other session we'll learn it in more detail. It is 11, 12. So now, how do you write down the final value? It is 2, 3 plus 2, 5 plus 4 is 9. So it will be 9 by 4. Okay, whatever comes by 9 by 4, that you have to write down here. 9 by 4, it will be something maybe 2 point something. Okay, 2.2 like that. So this will be the value. So for all the courses, you can get it. So similarly for the PO2, it will be 2, 2, 4 plus 2, 6. You divide by 4, it will be 1.75. This is not difficult. This everybody, even a child can do. What is more important is that how for every CO, say it is not just like CO2, a CO3 statement is to do analysis. And in the Bloom's taxonomy, the word analysis in the NBA statement, the word analysis is present here. What is the NBA statement? Yeah. These are the NBA attributes. Okay. The word analysis is connected with the NBA, with the PO2. You can see PO2 is keeping the word analysis. So it does not mean that automatically in the table, I will fit my CO3, which is keeping the words analysis, with the PO2 as a 3 value. And I write down PO1 as 0, not like that. You have to go to this Excel. This is available in the internet, in AICD resources, where for every CO, says this CO3 is here. Every CO, this CO3, analyze how light could be amplified, etc. Now, does it satisfy, this statement, how light could be amplified and applied at the diverse physical situation using photonic theory? Does it connected with the applied mathematical techniques such as calculus, etc.? Physics people knows it. So if it is yes, you write down yes. Okay. If it is connected with the advanced mathematical model, if it is yes, you write down yes, or otherwise you leave it. Then automatically, if you do yes, no business, you have to brainstorm within department, obviously, you will get a number here. So suppose 1 is coming. So that 1 you have to write down here with the mapping of CO3 with the PO1. So in this way you have to develop. Okay. Huh? So this is the way you can develop. So I'm just concluding here. So what I have done, I'm just telling in a nutshell, I have tell you what is called a program. Program is something leading to the degree. But what is a course? A program is consisting of many courses. But ultimate goal is to get the learning outcomes. Anubrata, are you telling something?
No, sir. Actually, our participants from sir.
No, just a second. Let me just summarize. So now the courses, programs are something that is leading to degree. That is the summation of many courses. But ultimately, thing is the learning outcome, that the skills the people are going to develop. Those skills are manifested by 6 NB attributes. But skill may be conceptual, skill may be cognitive, skill may be motor, skill may be something personality development skill. Everything will lead to the skill. But in the case of writing down the learning outcome statement, in our case course outcome statement, we have tried to explain them in terms of the 6 action verbs of Bloom. But what I have tried to tell you, that when you'll be learning that writing down the statement, be careful that a CO statement will be keeping an action verb, a knowledge, a criteria, and a condition. That is the most scientific way of explaining. These are the statement for physics 101 courses. And I have also tried to tell you learning objective is futuristic, but in an outcome-based system, we are more interested about the learning outcome. So these are the outcome of a particular course, but it has to be mapped with the course final outcome of the final engineering program. They're the 12 graduate attributes. And how do you fit them? How do you write down those 1, 2, 3s, etc.? That you have to do it through that just in a justifiable manner through competency the indicators and competency factors presented in the ICT literature. Thank you. I hope at least you have enriched a bit through my session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Participants, do you have any questions for sir, for the speaker, sir?
Madam, already one question is asked from participants in our message box. Sir, can you share the guidelines to fix the indicator range from 1 to 3 or link to get those details?
Get those details.
I will
Sir,
share.
we use any
But my request is that you also
example.
explore yourself. If you cannot get it, I can share with Mohadi. But the fact is that you need to also explore yourself. This is available in the AICT resources. You give AICT performance indicators, and the competency and indicators, you will get it there. But if you don't get, obviously, I will give it. Don't worry. Okay. But that is the way you have to write down those 1, 2, 3s. You cannot do it in an arbitrary manner. I'll share it. Okay. After the session is over, I'll share. Don't worry.
Okay.
But it is available.
Okay, sir.
Does anyone have any questions? Anyone else have any questions for sir? You can unmute yourself and ask the questions here. Or write in the chat box.
Sir, sir,
Please.
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ স্যার একটা কোশ্চেন মানে আমি অনুব্রত বলছি একটা কোশ্চেন যেটা আমাদের সবারই একটা ডাউটস থাকে যে আমাদের যে অ্যাকশন ভার্ব গুলো না যে টোটাল যে ব্লুমস ট্যাক্সোনমি সব লেভেলেই থাকে মানে বেশ কয়েকটা অ্যাকশন ভার্বস আছে যেটা 2-3টে লেভেলকেও হচ্ছে থাকে তাহলে আমরা যখন সেটা মানে যখন কোশ্চেন তৈরি করব সেক্ষেত্রে তাহলে আমরা মানে কোন যখন মানে সেটাকে কোন ক্যাটাগরিতে ফেলতে পারবো আর কি মানে যখন মাল্টিপল মানে অ্যাকশন ভার্বস গুলো
ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে the point is that ধরো তুমি একটা কিছু লিখলে যে application of say of a law in analyzing a circuit যখন তুমি apply লিখে দিচ্ছ that higher level Bloom's taxonomy always covers the lower levels যখন তুমি apply দিচ্ছ তখন automatically remembering একটা লোক একটা জিনিস রিমেম্বার করতে পারলে আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ড করতে পারলে তবেই তো অ্যাপ্লাই করতে পারবে
আচ্ছা তার মানে আমরা হাইয়েস্ট লেভেলটাকেই স্যার চুজ করব মানে যখন
হাইয়েস্ট লেভেল চুজ দিলে হবে না যদি তুমি
না সেটা
হাইয়েস্ট লেভেল দাও ইয়েতে ধরো হাইয়েস্ট লেভেল তুমি দিয়ে দিলে একটা ফার্স্ট ইয়ার স্টুডেন্টকে বেসিক ইলেকট্রিক্যালে একটা বা ফিজিক্সের ক্ষেত্রে একটা বিশাল একটা ইভ্যালুয়েশন লেভেলের কোশ্চেন দিতে হলো তাহলে তো ফেল করে যাবে
হ্যাঁ
ব্যাপার আছে নরমালি ইউজুয়ালি এট দ্য লোয়ার টু স্টার্ট উইথ when the students are at the basic level যখনও ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং সিস্টেমটা যদি তোমরা স্টাডি করে দেখবে যে প্রথমে ফার্স্ট ইয়ারে বা ফার্স্ট সেম সেকেন্ড সেম আপ টু থার্ড সেম মেনলি কনসেপ্ট ডেভেলপ করা হয় ফান্ডামেন্টাল পেপার পড়ানো হয় ফিজিক্স পড়ানো হয় ম্যাথামেটিক্স পড়ানো হয় ইলেকট্রিক্যাল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং সবাই পড়ে সি প্রোগ্রামিং সবাই পড়ে সেখানে কি করে ফান্ডামেন্টাল কনসেপ্ট ডেভেলপ করা হয় আর যত ফোর্থ সেমিস্টার থেকে সেভেন্থ সেমিস্টারের দিকে যায় এইট সেমিস্টারটা যদি প্রজেক্ট ফোরের জন্য রাখি তখন কিন্তু আস্তে আস্তে নিজের পেপার গুলো পড়ে where he or she applies his knowledge gathered in the first maybe 3 semester আর নতুন যা নলেজ পাচ্ছে মানে ম্যাথমেটিক্স এর ডিফারেন্সিয়াল ইকুয়েশন কিভাবে সলভ করতে হয় সেটা স্কুলে পড়েছে আর এখানে পড়ছে আর সেটা কিন্তু সলিউশন অ্যাপ্লিকেশন করছে কিন্তু নিজের ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং এর প্রবলেমের ক্ষেত্রে ফান্ডামেন্টাল যখন পড়ছে তখন ওকে ফান্ডামেন্টাল একটু লো লেভেল কোশ্চেন করলে নয়তো তোমার অ্যাটেনমেন্ট হবে না তুমি যদি প্রথম থেকেই ওকে হায়ার লেভেল কোশ্চেন করতে থাকো টেকনিক্যালি লোকে বলবে যে সব অ্যাপ্লিকেশনের কোশ্চেন দাও বাট আমাদের নর্মাল কোশ্চেন দেখবে যখন 70 নম্বরের কোশ্চেন মধ্যে অলমোস্ট 40 নম্বর লোকে রিমেম্বারিং আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ডিং থেকে করে দেয় ইউনিভার্সিটি লেভেলে তার কারণ হচ্ছে প্র্যাকটিক্যালিটি স্টুডেন্টরা দিলেই পারবে না ক্লাস টেস্টে করা যেতে পারে, বাট ইন দ্য ফাইনাল এক্সামিনেশন ইজ তোমরা তো ক্লাস টেস্টই করতে পারবে, বিকজ অফ অ্যাফিলিয়েশন সিস্টেমে তোমাকে ক্লাস টেস্টই করতে হবে।
হ্যাঁ
তার-
হ্যাঁ
তাও 10 নম্বর করতে গেলে তুমি তোমাকে 6 নম্বর রিমেম্বারিং আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ডিং না দিলেও পারবে না। আর
পারবে
তুমি যদি প্রবলেম করতে দিই তাহলে হবে না,
একদম।
প্র্যাকটিক্যালিটিস এর দিকে ভেবে করতে হবে।
আচ্ছা, থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার, থ্যাংক ইউ। Subarnarekha ma'am, over to you.
Yes, yes. Does anyone else have any questions for sir? Then we can wrap up the session. I don't think. Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for your enriching and insightful lecture. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. It was very helpful. I hope participants are benefited as well. Now I request Mr. Orindam Sadhu, sir, from our yes, to present the speaker with the digital memento, a small token of appreciation and gratitude that we have prepared. Thank you, sir.
Sir, please take it digitally at that moment, sir.
GKCM, of the organizers, for giving me this opportunity and sharing this memento with me. Thank you. I hope at least 1% knowledge you'll get more from me. Okay, that will
Definitely,
enrich
sir.
you in
1%
engineering.
more than
Yes,
90%,
definitely.
sir.
It was very informative and it was very enriching. I mean, খুব সোজা ভাবে মানে স্যার খুব বুঝিয়েছেন. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Orindam,
you,
sir.
Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
আমি লিভ করে যাচ্ছি, আমি বেরোতে হবে। Okay.
The
Thank you.
assignment link is already given and the feedback link I think was given and it will be provided later in the WhatsApp group chat. Okay, so you can leave now and please join in time, on time, for the afternoon session, which will be from 2 p.m. onwards. See you later then. Very good morning to you, and okay, you can leave now. So you can end the session.
Piju sir, can you share the assignment link here?
Yes,
Orindam
sir.
or Piju sir?
Piju sir দিয়ে
I already
দিয়েছেন।
shared. I already
Yes.
shared.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
It
In
was
WhatsApp,
All the feedback
in
link and
LinkedIn,
assignment link are already shared in the
Yes.
chat box also, in the also the YouTube link also.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Sir, you can end the meeting or the participants can leave them. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir already joined.
Yes, yes, I noted.
Oh.
So we can begin now. It's
Yes.
2
And
p.m.
yes.
Participants are there or what?
Yes,
Yes,
participants have joined.
participants have joined, sir. Joined continuously. And Suhashish sir already make him co-host. So, sir. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So very good afternoon to you all. This is the afternoon session of the second day of the 5-day faculty development program on COPO mapping and COPO attainment organized by the IQAC cell and R&D cell of Greater Kolkata College of Engineering and Management. We have had 3 speakers since yesterday, and now we have Professor Dr. Shondip Ghosh. I'm very sorry, Shondip Ghosh. And he will be talking on integrating POs and COs into the curriculum development process and ongoing quality assurance process. Let me introduce him briefly. Professor Dr. Shondip Ghosh is an academician with more than 16 years of teaching and research experience in the field of mechanical engineering. He completed his postgraduate and doctoral from Jadavpur University in thermal engineering specialization in 2015. His primary field of research in is nuclear safety, and he was associated with BARC Mumbai in several research projects related to two-phase flow analysis and leak before break methodology for the safety of nuclear power plants. He has authored more than 30 peer-reviewed journals and conference papers, book chapters which are indexed in SCI, Scopus, Web of Science. Dr. Ghosh has also published 8 patents on several fields of engineering and innovation. He has also delivered invited talks in many conferences and faculty development programs like this one. His present research work is based on the tribiological characterization of novel materials developed by electrolysis nickel coating methods. His other fields of interest include the cooling of microchip heat sinks using nanofluid, renewability study of power generating units, non-conventional refrigeration process, high temperature analysis of coated gas turbine blades, etc. Dr. Ghosh is also currently the NAC coordinator at JIS College of Engineering. Sir, you can begin now. You can begin your session. Over to you. Participants, please mute yourselves. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I would like to, am I audible first?
Yes, sir, you are audible. You are visible.
Thank you. So, first of all, I would like to thank Principal Madam and all the organizers for inviting me for today's talk. So, without wasting any time, I would like to directly share my screen. I hope I can share the screen from this place. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, so I'm having a little bit of cough, cold, so my voice will be a little bit broken. I don't know how exactly it's coming up. Today's topic probably it was actually scheduled on the morning session, and due to some problems of the other speaker, it was actually postponed on the second session. So already this is the beginning of today. Actually, today's lecture was supposed to start with this part, because until and unless we understand how to integrate the COs and POs in the curriculum, the next step basically comes of how to write the COs. But already you have probably got how to write COs from the previous speaker, which was in the second half actually, and you have got some idea how really the COs are important, how the POs are written also. I mean PSOs are written, because there are some places where some opportunities are there where you can really do something about all these things. But before we start, just try to concentrate on this line, that is integrating POs and COs in curriculum development and ongoing quality assurance process. So the word here is POs and COs. Everyone, all of you know that POs means program outcomes and COs means course outcomes, right? So these two things are almost all of you are familiar with. Now the question is, what is the requirement of PO and CO? Are these really required? I mean, sometimes I hope many of you will agree with me that when we just go teach in a class and we come out of the class, then we go for the next class. We just think about the next class, how many classes we are having on a single day. Then probably when it's the tiffin period, and after that when we'll go out of the college and go home, and all these things, generally most of these things are there in our mind. But can anybody tell me that in one fine morning or one fine day or in one fine class, you thought or you said to yourself that today I will check that my course outcomes have been really attained or not, and I will check that in today's class? Can anybody tell me that you have taken an initiative on some day and you have designed something such that you can actually judge whether any one of the COs has been attained by your students, apart from the examinations that we generally do after the semester, or the internal examinations are also there, but definitely. But does it come in your mind in general class whether the COs are attained or not? Anybody? Are they able to speak from this point? I don't know.
Yes, sir. The whole participant can speak over Zoom.
Yeah, if anyone want to say that anything that yes, there was one class, then when you really thought about the COs of my course, whatever I'm going to teach today, and there is one CO or one course outcome which is actually related to this class, and after delivering the lecture in the last class today, I will just check whether that particular CO has been attained or not, and plus just by having a simple round of 2-3 round questions, or by giving a small test, small questionnaire, or maybe an MCQ. Anybody have done it?
So we are completing that one. That means we are definitely questioning our students from the previous section or previous class.
Right.
But we are not reminding that one, that is, it is following the CO or POs exactly or not. We are not following that way only.
Yeah.
Because definitely we are questioning to the student regarding the previous class. But it's not exactly, we are not reminding that it's basically following the CO or POs.
Right. So we are not thinking about the the plannings. One second. One second. Yeah, I think it has again. Is it shared again or not shared?
Not shared.
Not shared. Not shared. Okay, I'm coming to the meeting. Yeah. Yeah, so we were discussing that, that we are regular in questioning about the last class, but we hardly think that whether that CO is matched or not. So this is a common practice of every teacher to ask about the last class or inquire whether the students have come up with their basic background study of the last day's class, and also if some lecture, some material that you have provided for the next class, that also we sometimes try to find out whether it has been really they have bothered to check anything or not. But this is really something that we do not actually specialize sometimes for a particular CO, whether it is attained or not. And thinking about POs while taking a class is a much larger thing that probably somebody will take care in some class. It's very less probability. I hope all of you will agree that in a normal day-to-day class, we do not care much about COs and POs. It's a common issue actually. But when we talk about COs and POs, it sometimes, that's why whenever COPO workshop or COPO attainment and all these things comes into our mind, or somebody says or higher authority says to us that you have to you have to make the calculation of the attainment of COs and POs, then it becomes a burden. How many of you will agree with me? It becomes a burden or not? I think this session can be, I mean, very much, interactive. You can be very frank with me, no problem, absolutely no problem. There is nothing to hide. There is nothing. I mean, if you are really talking about COPOs or thinking about COPO in your class, do share that also, because I also want to check. I mean, see what exactly you are feeling. So the thing is, the word of integration of COs and POs actually has to come inside our mind first. Otherwise, it will never be integrated. It is already integrated in your curriculum. as per the directives of MACAUT, you have got a curriculum, or for autonomous colleges, we are already having a curriculum. And we also talk about the developments. We try to change some COs and POs, and we try to adjust things, and all these things we do. But proper integration actually needs the feeling, whether we feel the COs are important for our class or not, or in the class, what exactly we are doing, whether we are really talking about the COs, we are really trying to attend the COs or not. That has to be taken in the class itself. Otherwise, it will never be attained, believe me. If we try to attend some COs in a particular class, in one CO in a particular class, or maybe a set of classes, we take one CO to attend or try to attend by the students, then probably someday you will also try to find out whether one of the POs you attend in your one of the classes, or you have tried to attend at least. So the situation is that we are in general very much aware about the quality. How many of you are there who are not aware of the quality? I mean, in our day-to-day life, if you try to purchase something, do you what do you see first? You see first the price, or you first see the quality? I think both of the things you see, price as well as quality, isn't it? Even if something is available at low cost, but the quality is very less, don't we prefer to give a little bit of extra cost for a higher quality? Tell me whether you agree or not. Anyone can participate, please, because this is an interactive session. Most of the technical details have been given to you. I'll be just trying to make a correlation of curriculum, COP, and all these things with you.
Sir, I think, sir, quality is definitely important.
Do we care about quality or not? That is my question. We care about quality in our daily life, isn't it?
Yes, yes,
definitely, sir.
Definitely we care. And we don't try to compromise quality also. Even we pay sometimes more higher price to get a good quality of product, isn't it? Sometimes at some other place when we go and we get a very good quality of product, we sometimes give more than something which we afford. That also we do sometimes. Sometimes, it's not always, but for quality, we sometimes pay more even. So that is my point, that we are generally quality conscious. But the question is whether that is our priority in every place. Is it our priority, or is it sometimes our choice? Basically, when we talk about quality, we just think about the outcome. Purchasing any cloth, any garments, then we think that, okay, if I purchase it with 1,000 rupees or maybe 500 rupees, it will be running for 2 months. And if it is, we'll be running it for, I mean, if I purchase it with 1,000 or 1,500 rupees, probably it will go for at least 6 months. I will try sometimes, at least 5-6 times, I will get it. I will try it to wear. So it means that we think about the outcome also while talking about quality, isn't it? Do we think about outcome or not? How do we judge quality? If we try to judge quality or guess the quality, then we basically think about the outcome. What is going to happen afterwards? Isn't it? So that is the thing, that we need to know, first of all, what is our priority? What is the priority of the teacher? Is it to complete the syllabus in time, or is it to impart quality education? That is our choice always. But we need to think about it, and we need to prioritize what is my duty, what is my basic job, and what is my ultimate job. That must be very clear. We have to also think about the students' priority, what the students want to do, whether they are coming only for attendance, or they really want to know something from you, and whether you are going to deliver that or not. So there is an interrelationship between the student's expectation and a teacher's delivery. So if we estimate the students' expectations properly, then also we can prioritize our quality education or quality delivery. We will try to design our delivery in such a manner that the students will be satisfied, isn't it? Sometimes, doesn't it happen that many times it happens that you have to look whether you have to find out whether the student is coming up properly I mean, with the proper goal, you ask students many times that, yes, what is your goal in life? I mean, what exactly you want to learn? So we teachers are very much aware that we try to know what exactly coming up. But the question is, while we are talking about outcome, student is quality conscious or not, that also we have to ensure as a teacher. We have to also think that whether student is really coming up with the their solutions or their questions or their assignments at time, or really the whole process, the design of the your class that you have made, whether it is attained properly or whether it is matching as per your design, whether it is properly maintained. So that these things actually come in your concern if you are quality conscious in your class. So curriculum design is not always in your hand. Many times it is in your hand, many times it is not. Many times you have a guideline of AICT, you have a guideline of university. Sometimes you have the opportunity to really make your changes that you really want, or you think that the socioeconomic situations want some changes. So accordingly, you try to design the curriculum. But we'll come to that. But first of all, we need to know that whether these things are required or not, whether it is our priority or not, whether we really need it or not. So do we assure quality and innovation in content delivery? Have you thought about it? Ki when I deliver some content every day in each and every day's class, do I really talk about the quality, or do I really think about the quality? Or probably I do some innovation on the next class to change the outcome. Whether I have tried to find out the outcome is attained or not, and I've seen that yes, the outcome is not perfectly attained. Probably I have to do something else, and then it will be attained. So by that process, whether it can be done. So it means that it is very much necessary that that we actually in a process of continuous evaluation. This is the evaluation is something to ensure a quality. We cannot just put it in at a certain time frame, and after 5 months or 6 months, or maybe after 3 months only it can be done, or after 1 month or 1.5 months there will be an internal examination. That is the time only to assess the quality or outcome or other things. But this is a continuous process. If we concentrate on every class, what is delivered, whether it is reflected from the students, or that evaluation is done at a minimum extent, at least in every class, it can really come up with a good result. So all these things are there, like the outcome. Do we think about the outcome while designing an evaluation process? While we are making a question paper, do we think about the outcome, whether the outcome will be attained or not? How many of you have made a question paper or started a question paper making, not following the previous year question paper, but following a CO? What one of the CO just you have taken and you have tried to make a question from the CO? Anyone have ever done it? Have you ever done it? That from one particular CO of a course, you have tried to make a question. So these things will come out. Can we do justice to all evaluation processes? Do we make sure that all evaluations are perfectly done? And do we complete all the evaluations all the time? That is also another factor. Because if we design the evaluation process properly, but we do not evaluate perfectly, or if we do not complete the evaluation and report that back to the students, or discuss with them what are their faults, where they exactly did not come up with the proper result, proper answer, what about the mistakes, how they can improve, we will not get the quality. Quality is something which is a continuous process. That's why you have probably heard of the word continuous improvement. How many of you have heard about the continuous improvement word, especially for NAAC accreditation or NBA? Continuous improvement, isn't it a very common word for everybody, but it becomes very, very important and crucial for accreditation purpose. So I will go to the next slide. I hope you have got these questions in your mind. Are these questions coming in your mind? I mean, they come actually, or they never come? I just want to have a little bit of answer from all of you. Whether these questions, any of these questions come in your mind sometimes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, such questions come, and if they, so if some questions come up, then probably what exactly you do the answer? I mean, what do you do with that? That is another thing. So I'll directly come to our main content, that is curriculum. So what is curriculum all about? Is basically four things, four important issues are must be dealt for designing curriculum or talking about curriculum. That is the objectives, then the methodology, how exactly the curriculum is designed, then what is the content, and what is the evaluation. These four major things are very, very important in curriculum, and they must be properly designed. Okay, so if we really want to design that, basically, first of all, we need to understand that 5 important issues. I think this must be this something is coming up. This bar is well due to this bar, probably something is not coming up here. Is the full screen visible? Because this bar is not giving you the.
Visible, sir.
Is it visible? Because in my case, I cannot
Yes, sir.
see the lower part. Okay, I assume that everything is visible.
We can see, sir, 5 steps also, sir. Need assessment and to evaluation.
Yeah, because in my case now, because it is coming over my point number 5, so that's why I'm thinking that whether it is not visible. So basically, we need to start with the need assessment. I mean, what is the need? If we do not know the need, that's why I started with the questions that do we really need it, the lecture or the content that you are going to get from this, so whether you need it or not. So if you need to have a feeling that yes, I need it, I really need to integrate the COPU, I need to understand COPU, and it should be a part of our curriculum such that I can really assess them on a daily basis. It's not like when NBA will come, I'll assess. When somebody else will tell me to do, instruct me, order me, then I will do. It's not like that. It's a general process, has to be assimilated within yourself, and then only you can deliver. So the need assessment is there. A need assessment comes from feedback. If you can collect proper feedbacks, then only you will get what is the need of the pupil, what is the need of the stakeholder, what is the need of the society, what is the need of your alumni, what alumni are talking about. So these feedbacks of alumni, or maybe the entrepreneurs, or maybe the employers, or all the existing students, you get some idea what is the need of this hour. So that is the first thing to be known. Second is setting the goal and objectives, designing the curriculum, setting the goal and objectives, designing the curriculum, and also once we set up the goal and objectives, we can design the curriculum properly, accordingly, and we implement that. And finally, we talk about the evaluation. There is one way to hide it, is because it's disturbing me too. Okay. Everybody disturbing, something is coming up. Okay. So if I go to the next thing, if we talk about quality, 2 things come in our mind. That is 2 important persons who have worked a lot on this part. That is Joseph Juran, who says that quality is fitness for use. I mean, you need to think about this matter. How much of it is used for your own good, that has to be fit properly. So quality is basically the fitness for use, and you have to fit as per your use. That is the major concern of quality. And it is not something extravagant. It's not something very large or superficial, something which cannot be attained, or something which is so big that cannot be dreamt, that cannot be approached. It's not like that. Quality also means, as this Mr. Crosby said, that quality means conformance to requirements, not elegance. It is not about elegance. It is conformance to requirements. So first of all, you started with the requirements. You took the feedback. Then you understood the requirements. Then you made your objectives, need. Then you made your objectives and designed curriculum in that way, or you modified your existing curriculum in that way, such that it fits your use as well as it conforms your requirements, right? And you do not make it so big or so huge, which is beyond your capacity. So it is not about elegance or showing off something, but rather it has to be as per the need of your own students or your alumni or your community, right? And if we follow this path, definitely we can enhance the existing quality. We can continuously assess the quality, that is quality assessment. As we say that quality is an ongoing process, which is to deliver an agreed standards. Means you have first of all thought about a standard. You have already agreed a standard. Are you getting my point? I'm talking about, first of all, you have taken the feedback, you have got your objectives, you have understood your need, you have designed or modified the curriculum or trying to modify the curriculum in that way. So you have made some standards that this must be attained. If you cannot make a standard, you cannot judge further. You have to make it a standard. So that is why it is called agreed standards. And the process which is always ongoing, that is to deliver this agreed standard. You have to deliver this in all the aspects, right? So that is the only path of getting the quality assurance or ultimately the accreditation. Accreditation is the last part, or I would rather say that is another beginning of a new chapter. Once you get accredited, then it becomes another challenge to keep the accreditation for further years. Because once you get accredited, then you have got some responsibility on yourself to continue the standards or even develop further, right? So this is what we generally talk about quality. So if you really want to assure quality, basically these 5 stages are there. First of all, we are having planning, that is analysis. We can have a project triangle, design plan, project resources, and in the planning stage, various things are there. We can think about the design and development by proper research. We can make a prototype, we can do reviews, and we make some the notable outcomes of in the form of papers, presentations, and all these things. So number 3, which is the production, which is basically once you have made it, then basically you have to also market it. So accordingly, you have to talk about your usability. You have to check with standards. You have to talk about in media communication, training, virtual learning environment. You have to talk about all those things. Then you have to implement. While you are implementing all these designs that you have made, maybe big subjects you have kept in your syllabus. Maybe you have taken a lot of special subjects in your account for enhancing the quality of the students. So you have to also give proper support to the faculty. You have to also give pedagogical support to the faculty. They should also get proper knowledge how to deliver their contents. The technological support has to be given to them. They have to give the research support. They have to also you have to also support the students, right? So the student can get the quality material and they get accustomed with the quality material and they get further improvements. Finally, once all these things are done, then only the evaluation come when you evaluate students, you get feedback and review to get the next target again. And again, you see that various type of evaluations can be done, instructor notes and reflections, faculty and student satisfaction survey also can be done. You know that in NAC, student satisfaction survey is a very common issue. So that without that, no accreditation is done. No accreditation is given. It's not complete ever without the satisfaction survey. So satisfaction survey gives you the real feedback, which is a must to know whether your design is good or not, whether you have to further make it better design, or you might have thought in one way, you have to think in another way to make your syllabus or make your curriculum better. So when we talk about quality, we come across all these things. But we have seen one thing, that when we talk about quality, we always talk about the outcome. So if we have the outcome, then only we have the quality. From the beginning, I am talking about the same thing. If we have the quality, we have the outcome, and that is the only way we are getting. So strategic planning is important. The strategic planning is starting from your institutional mission, the program educational objectives, the program, from that, the program outcomes are there. Program outcomes are standardized, for as per the NBA norms, program outcomes are mostly standardized, but generally they are somehow or other very much generic, and they can be aligned with your institutional mission through your proper strategic planning, and in which you also talk about the program outcomes, as well as in your organizational structure, how exactly you could implement that whole thing, whatever you have planned. See, the planning cell is in a higher educational institute has a huge role to make significant changes in the curriculum, significant changes in the training, or the other issues which are related to students' development, in a holistic development, actually. So the whole thing is connected. What I want to say in this lecture is basically the connection. This is a very much qualitative discussion more than quantitative, because I specialize in attainment calculation, but that is a different part altogether, which will be covered in the further days. But my job in this lecture is to specify what is the actual connection, what is the need. We are basically doing the need analysis of COPO, nothing else, right? Whether it is needed or not, that is what we are trying to understand. And it starts from the institutional mission itself. Have you ever thought that institutional mission has something with your COPO? Have you ever thought it? Is it necessary? Whether the COPO is important? One second. This is coming. From the institutional mission itself, it starts and ultimately it goes on. So the curriculum design, program mapping, advanced pedagogy, faculty training, all these things are educational practices or strategies that must be there in the curriculum design, as well as you have already said that assessment and evaluation is a very important part, where the assessment plan, the stakeholders' involvement, direct and indirect assessments, rubrics, these are again very, very important. I hope you have heard about these matters, like how exactly you are going to measure the students. That is called rubrics. How exactly, what is the primary formula by which you will evaluate your attainment? All these things are very important. Direct and indirect assessment is one of the major important tools by which you assess whether your curriculum, your course outcome and program outcomes have been attained or not. See, you start from taking feedback and you end at also taking feedback. And from your institutional vision and mission, you define the program educational objectives, you follow the program outcomes, which is delineated by the NBA, and also in the organizational structure, you design in such a manner that all the times you will be having the idea of as a whole, the outcome-based education will come up to your mind in such a way that it has to be a part of yourself. It's not like something, a burden which is given to you, a job, extra job, which is not related to learning or not related to your teaching, every day-to-day teaching. It's not like that. It is basically something which is very much important for you, and it is necessary for your complete assessment and planning. Now, if you just look at the continuous improvement part, which is at the left, you can see that there are preparation of action plan, there are preparation of follow-up actions, the completion of the action plan, stakeholders validation. So once you have delivered even if you have done your assessment, still the job is not done. You have to think about whether you are improving in a continuous manner or you are at the same state. It might be sometimes 0 to 5, again you come to 0, and then again you reach 5. So like this, you continuously goes, but it has to be done in such a manner such that there is at least an incremental growth. Like one time it is 0 to 5, probably after next time it is 5 to 7, 8 or 9, then probably 9 to 12. Like this, it has to go on. So stakeholders will be given that power to validate whether it is happening or not. It's not like you will be deciding, yes, I have improved myself because my COPO has come up high. So my attainment is come up high, and I have made the calculations and it is coming up high. So it is definitely I have improved. But sometimes it appears to be like, yes, by a proper calculation or by some strategical calculation will show a higher attainment, and that is ultimately my continuous improvement. But there is not. I hope all of you will agree with me ki just giving a better COPO attainment or a higher attainment, does it give you the quality assurance? Is it all? No. All of you know that it is our own feeling. It is our own duty by which we feel the assessment, by which we design the assessment, by which we continue the assessment in a continuous basis, such that the quality is assured. And to assure the quality, we need to know about outcome. And if without outcome or without knowing the outcome, without thinking about the outcome, whatever we do, whether we take a class, whether we go complete a syllabus, whether we make a test or any questionnaire, things are not complete. Maybe instantaneously it may find that yes, last day's class, he has some 2-3 students has gone through, my job is done. But your attainment, whether it is really happening or not, if you do not measure in every class, you cannot ensure even in after the whole semester, whole year or 4 years, nothing can be done. So every day we have to think that yes, today my duty is at least look at my class, what is the lecture content and what exactly I'm going to deliver today, and whether it is happening in as per my design or not. So we already know that graduate attributes are the primary things, primary issues which are there, by which everything is written. The program outcomes are coming up from the graduate attributes. Then it also the program specific outcomes which comes, followed by which is basically the backbone of the curriculum design. And from that, the course outcomes may come, which will be followed by the course syllabus design. How many of you have got the chance of designing a syllabus from a course outcome? Or how many of you have got the chance of designing a curriculum from the program outcomes or program specific outcomes? Acha, give me one example. If someday it happened to you that from to satisfy a program specific outcome, you have added something in your curriculum. I hope PSOs, program specific outcomes and program outcomes have been already discussed in last lecture. So this is a very small question to you to just get understanding better. You have seen the program specific outcomes of your program, or maybe a BTech in some engineering, maybe computer science, maybe ECE, maybe mechanical, maybe civil, whatever. You have seen your specific outcomes or program specific outcomes or program outcomes. You have seen and you have suggested in any meeting that yes, in the curriculum, this topic or this subject should be there. Has it ever happened? You got my question? Hello? I'm audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir. Participants are requested to the sessions make interactive, not in chat box, and just unmute yourself and direct communicate with our honorable sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, there are some messages. The question I said that I'm just repeating whether you know about the program specific outcomes of your own. Any one of you who is already knowing your program specific outcomes of your program? Program outcomes are known to everybody, I hope. Is it known to everybody? Yes or no? Please write a yes or no. Program outcomes of your program, you know?
Yes.
All of you know program outcomes?
Sir, one already write in chat box. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Is Shendil Kumar.
Anyone who is knowing the program specific outcome also? PSO? PSO known to anybody? Anybody who is knowing PSO?
Participants are requested.
PSO, I mean the PSO of your program, maybe BTech in computer science. You know about the PSO of your department, of your program.
Yes, sir. For each department, they are having separate outcomes, program specific outcomes.
Yeah. So how many program specific outcome you are having in your program?
In our CSE
sir.
department, we are having three PSO, three PSOs.
Three
Yeah.
PSOs, right? And
Yes,
these three PSOs definitely reflect the culture or maybe the specializations, the special studies, something
Yes,
which is
sir, yes,
extra,
sir.
right? Something which is
Yes,
extra
yes,
in your, yeah.
yeah.
So definitely to attain that, you have added something in your curriculum, isn't it?
Yeah. To attain this PSO, we have added some extra courses, add-on courses in our syllabus.
Yeah. So basically, there are, if we are having 2-3 program specific outcomes, definitely something some extra age we want to give in our course, I mean our program, so such that they become a little bit different from the others who are reading in the other places or who are reading in the other colleges. So that the differentiation is made by adding something in the curriculum. If we have the opportunity to provide that, right? To have if you're having autonomy, then definitely you can do that. Otherwise, you have to give the suggestion through the BOS. In case of MACOUT or some other university, probably you have to give the suggestion. So basically what I was saying, that if you can connect the program specific outcome with the curriculum design, whether you have added some subject as to attain a program specific outcome that you have set yourself for your own program, that my students of this college, of this department will be knowing this much, this specific skill set they will be having very well than the others, other colleges, that you have to make sure. So for that, you have added something, some design you have given, some extra addition you have made, some extra training facilities you have been providing in your curriculum. So that finally gives you the scope of improvement, right? So this must be known to everybody. This chain of process, that this from the graduate attribute to program outcome, then the program specific outcomes, extra outcomes basically, which is more than program outcomes, and which is finally lead to the curriculum design or the development of the curriculum, existing curriculum. Then only it should come to the course outcome and finally the course syllabus. So this is the way. But what in general happens to us, most of the cases, I hope most of you will agree that we generally already have a big syllabus, curriculum syllabus, isn't it? We generally have a huge curriculum syllabus already there. If we start from the zero, but we do not actually start from the zero, we already have a curriculum and syllabus, then we try to judge, we try to fit, we try to study the already existing course outcomes. We sometimes find them perfect, we sometimes do not find them perfect. So although the process should be top to bottom, but in some cases, in some places, many places actually, it happens to be sometimes bottom to top. How many of you have seen that? Yes, sir, we already have the curriculum, and we came to know about COPO, and we had to calculate the attainment, and then we started thinking about the syllabus, whether it is perfect or the COs written are perfect, or we have to write new COs, or we have to change COs. So as per the syllabus, or to maintain with the parity with the syllabus, or as with the parity with the program outcomes. Have you seen this problem, or have you seen the situation? Is it a very, very, unique one, or it is a common one? It happens. Isn't it? It happens regular basis that we already have a curriculum and syllabus, and we try to feed the COs, right? We try to feed the COs, we try to write the COs or rewrite the COs sometimes, whether we add some COs. Yes, that CO probably is perfect, or that CO is not perfect. And there are a lot of judgments about writing COs, which changes from one person to the other according to their views. So it actually changes. So this is a common situation already to connect this OBE, the outcome-based education. We always have these problems or the things which is in the mind. But we need to also remember that the learning always have these three things. That is, one is cognitive, which is remembering, understanding, applying all these things, knowledge based. Then we have the affective one, which is the growth in feelings and emotional areas, which is most of the times is not taken into the curriculum. And the psychomotor, which is the manual and physical skills. A lot of skill development training programs are still there in the curriculum. So cognitive and psychomotor would still have a lot of opportunity to include in the curriculum, but very less in case of affective. But without these three major things, so without these three important type of learning activities, we cannot ensure a holistic development or continuous development of the student or the continuous development of the outcome-based education. So we already know, all of you have seen one second, this chart. I mean, all of you are very much well aware, right? So Bloom's taxonomy is something which is known by everybody. I mean, a lot of speakers, many speakers have already discussed about the Bloom's taxonomy, and I would not like just again describe the same thing because all of you probably know. But still, there are you can see 6 things, that is remembering, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating, and they are very nicely designed in such a way that they ensure a proper learning process. I make it up. I hope it will be easier. So. Yeah, so the learning process basically have starting with remembering, then understanding, which is generally should have in normal class, tutorial classes, examinations, then applying, which is definitely laboratory and project assignment. You see that sometimes we talk about in engineering education, mostly we talk about we should go for lab. I mean, lab you should not miss, right? Many times we say that. But if you just see that we do not make encouragement, we do not give much encouragement about going for the theory classes. How many of you will agree with this? We give more encouragement to students about labs. We do not give more encouragement for the theory. Most of the times we say that, yes, you must have to go for lab. Why we say that? Because lab is the place where you should apply, right? But the question is what you should apply. People can apply that, what he or she is knowing. If you are knowing something, then only you can apply. If you have not gone through the theory classes, if you do not remember anything, if you have not understood any point, then definitely in the lab, what exactly you are going to do? That's why in the lab classes, separately theory is again repeated many times. After that, some lab work is there. But generally, lab's purpose is to get involved in continuously as a whole. The whole time of the laboratory should be given for the lab work itself, and the theory class should be there to properly remember and understand the concepts. But many times we see that people only rush to the labs, but they generally don't come to the theory classes. They find it sometimes boring, and they find it sometimes not necessary. They are said or they are guided sometimes like that. But you see that without proper theoretical knowledge, what exactly will apply? Just by going to the lab, or by just applying it to the lab, and you just go for in the lab, you just take the data. Some 2-3 students or 5-6 students are getting the data, and ultimately after the data you are getting, basically some people are copying it, and some students are after copying them, basically they are they are copying them, and ultimately it is sprayed as a whole throughout the lecture period, and ultimately it is, I don't know why it is coming up. The whole thing is just a copy paste most of the cases. Have you seen this? That many times it happens to be a copy paste session, like 5-6 students are involved, or 10 students are involved, many at most, and the rest are copying data from one another, and they are not getting involved. That is why, because many of them might not know the thing properly. They have not gone through the thing, and they are not interested to get the direct hands-on, such that they get the idea in a better way, such that they can validate the theory. Until and unless you are having the theoretical knowledge perfectly, what is the force behind validating the truth? If you do not know the truth, the physical truth, the theory, then you will not try to also validate that in the lab. So it is very important that this pyramid should be very well understood, that until and unless remembering and understanding is properly done, applying cannot be done, and also analysis and evaluation is much further, and afterwards creating is the last stage, definitely through the projects. So there should be feedback in every stage. That is why if you have a normal class, then a tutorial class in a lesser intervals, we have to also make some necessary decision making and corrective actions through meetings, whether the things are properly being done. Then there should be some evaluation. After that, some remedial classes should be there, or after that, second evaluation can be there. If the student feedback is coming as a success, then definitely we can go through. Or if there is some deficiency, then you have mentors to counsel again, or one by one, one-to-one discussion can be done. So it is very much important that we need to define our objectives properly, such that things are properly understood. Now, as I was saying that in the curriculum, in the whole design of the structure of the curriculum, it's very important for us to get the feedback, to get day-to-day class evaluations. All these things must be there. But all of them have a larger objectives, which is generally called as program educational objectives. And program educational objectives are basically those things which is like number one. This is one sample actually. Many of you have already your program educational objectives. This is some basic long-term objectives, like to teach students in such a way that they can apply relevant skill in basic science, engineering, design, modeling, manufacturing, and management to real life problems in industries. This is one of the objective it can be. Second objective can be to encourage the incumbents for entrepreneurship, higher studies, so that they can impart useful contribution to the field of education, research, and modern technology. There can be further other like to train the students in such a manner that they effectively participate in the multicultural and multidisciplinary projects, maintaining industrial ethics for the sustainable development of society. So a holistic approach must be there while you are defining the program educational objectives, or if it is already there, you can check it, your program educational objectives in the sessions after the lecture. You can just talk about, just see what are the program educational objectives of your program, or maybe BTech or MTech in particular engineering program. What is your program educational objectives and whether they are broad or not, because program educational objectives need to be broad. Okay, so in broader sense, we have to define the program educational objectives. Once the program educational objectives are there, to attain the program educational objectives, generally we have some delineated outcomes or the graduate attributes. That is the engineering knowledge, which leads to the PO1, the program outcome 1. Program outcome 2 talks about the problem analysis. 3, the design and development of solutions. PO4, you know that it's investigation of complex problems. PO5 is the modern tool usage. PO6 is the engineering and society. PO7 is the environmental and sustainability. All these are graduate attributes. See, PO8 is all about ethics, teamwork. PO9, 10 is communication. 11 is project management and finance, and 12 is lifelong learning. So all these things, as per the NBA standards, these are already delineated, and we generally follow them, or we, as they are more or less generic, we see that all these attributes must be there in a graduate. That's why they are called graduate attributes, and they are also leading to specific program outcomes, which is a larger statements of these keywords, right? So it always starts with the recognizing and recalling the facts, which is remembering, then the understanding, which is actually the meaning, then at the applying the facts or rules or concepts and ideas, how we break down the information into component parts, that is analysis. Without analysis, for the analytical power, we cannot solve complex problems. So complex problem solving is one of the most important part of the curriculum design and final evaluation. Judging the value of the information and ideas, that is the judgment that comes afterwards. And finally, once you are able to judge, you are able to create also, the combining parts to make a new whole thing, that is the create. So we now see that 4 or 5 things we have seen. Like if you just focus that we started with some questions, right? What is our priority? Whether we are quality conscious. Then we talked about whether quality is coming up starting from the feedback taking, where the need analysis. Once we have the quality which is coming from the feedback analysis, and the whole planning and design is coming from the feedback analysis, then definitely the whole process is coming up in that way. So it means that the graduate attributes, the program outcomes, and the quality is basically connected with a thread, right? If we want to ensure quality, we have to ensure outcome. If we want to ensure outcome, we need to look for the proper objectives. We have to find out take the survey. We have to find the objectives. We have to design the curriculum in that way, and we have to also design the evaluation and check whether my quality or the outcome has been attained. If the outcome is not attained, the quality is not ensured. Are you getting the point? Quality is basically another facet of outcome, right? If there is an outcome, there is a quality. If there is no outcome, there is no quality. If the outcome is degrading, the quality is degrading. If the outcome is improving, the quality is improving. That's, I hope that is very much clear with the basic understanding. I hope you can see this one. This is initial, the earlier policy, that is the leadership policy of earlier times, which initially started with I don't know, there is no way to hide this. There used to be a hiding button, but I do not get this hiding button here. I don't know where is this hiding button. Okay. Initially, it used to be like this. There was a strategic planning, the organizational capacity and sustainability was thought about to get the policies, to get the leadership, to get the proper policy. Then the quality assurance was there. The partnership for employability was there. Teachers and leader capacity was thought of or discussed. But nowadays, the whole thing has a little bit changed. And ultimately, the whole process has come up as a new generation techniques, because new generation actually wants a vision of anytime and anywhere learning for everybody. Everybody wants to learn anytime, anywhere, every time, right? So that thing must be there. Without that, basically, we are not going to ensure the learning process. Whenever we have learning in the modern generation, 21st century, the pedagogy should ensure whether my content is always available or not, whether the content is properly understood or not, whether the inclusion, I don't know why is it. 1 second, One second. Yeah. Is it visible? I hope
Yes, sir. Yes,
yeah.
sir. Yes, sir.
Continuously one ping is coming up and making horrible situations. Well, I was talking about the vision of anytime, anywhere learning, because nowadays all of you will agree probably we need anytime, anywhere learning. Today's world is basically driven by the online learning, isn't it? How many of you will agree that nowadays, if you go to a class, sometimes you may be surprised that the student already is knowing everything from the internet. You have the fear sometimes or not, or you might be knowing that, okay, my students are not that good, or they will not that smart, that they will collect all the information, but there are smart students, right, who will get the information, or they will get more information probably than you are delivering. So you have to outsmart the smartness, otherwise they will not listen to you. If you want your listeners to listen to you, then you have to come up with some ideas or come up with something which is extra than what is available in the internet, or which is somehow innovative, which is somehow, making them interested into the class, or it enhances the curiosity of the students. So that is very important. So personalized learning, the learning communities, learning environments now becoming very, very important. You have to make a community. Sometimes you might need to make a group. You need to give some ideas, or give some job into the group, or get some results. I mean, give some prizes once things are done, right? All these things are very much important for you. Now, learning environment is also very important. a proper class which is designed in such a way that it will ensure all these new generation benefits to the students. They will get a good sound system, they will get a good whiteboard or a smart board, they are getting a projection, they are looking at the figures in a 3D. So basically it is making them easy. The accessibility is higher, so that inclusion is higher. And many times you have a personalized approach towards the students, which makes them more interested, make them more interesting, right? So this curriculum content and assessment, as well as these important issues, that is community, the environment, these are as the 21st century pedagogies. It all depends upon how you design as per your strategy, as per your new generation needs, whether you are using the technology, whether you are using the technology for the efficient and effective deliberations of your class. That becomes very important nowadays. Because contents are everywhere now, and you have to check whether you are giving them properly or not. Now, if you just look of program-specific outcomes, sometimes you have already seen the program-specific outcomes, but I would not go already. I have talked about program-specific outcomes. So let us come to the course outcome now. If you see that course outcomes basically should have these 4 important points. That is, should be very specific, it should be measurable, it should be imparting knowledge, it should be knowledge-based, and it should be skill-based. These 4 things must be there, right? And you have already learned how to, sorry, you have already learned how to write course outcomes in the previous session. So you already know, basically this is known as course learning outcome, and we sometimes make it short course outcome. So they must be very, very specific. They are measurable statements that define the knowledge, skills, and attitude which learners will demonstrate by the completion of a course. So I started probably the whole lecture with the quality understanding, the quality priority. And then I talked about, then I threw a question that whether you have ever seen or ever talked about one course outcome or particular course outcome. Have you discussed ever with your course outcomes with the students? This is another question. How many of you have discussed the course outcomes in your classes? Anyone have done it?
Yes, sir. Actually, when we start our class, actually we shared according to the CO and the total course plan actually share with our student.
Right. So is it a one-time process, or it is sometimes repeated, or even after 2 months or 1 month of class, or maybe 1 week of class? Do we ever repeat it?
Yes, sir. It's a monthly process, sir. After you check it to 1 month, actually.
After 1 month, you check. Any other participant? If any participant is there, because you see, after this session, again, you have to do some activity, some work and all those things. So definitely you need to check, right, whether these things are happening or not in your class. So that's why I'm asking you if somebody have done it, somebody have written their course learning outcomes. Anyone who have discussed, apart from sir? Sir has already told us he has discussed about their course learning outcomes in the beginning of the class or session. Any session starts, we start with the lecture, what is the outcomes of this lecture, and then but other participants, if any one of the participants have discussed the 4 or 3 or 5 or 6 outcomes, whatever, how many outcomes you have, those outcomes, whether you have discussed about them.
Yes, sir.
See,
At the beginning of the, sir,
yeah.
Sir, at
Please
the beginning of the subject, as sir said before, we definitely elaborate them what is course outcomes and how are the course outcomes are written, and we will definitely show them the course outcomes. But at the beginning stage, they won't understand, sir. So therefore, we at the end of completion of the subject, we will say that these outcomes then they will understand. And at every paper, sir, In our mid paper also, we will give them.
Whose stuff is this?
We will give them course outcomes also, sir, so that they
Okay,
understand the
HR,
question which
HR.
from which course outcome it is referred to, the question belongs to.
Acha, if I just give you this small job, I know
Okay,
it's not possible.
Ask
In
to
I think somebody else is talking.
and give my Dean email ID. Okay. Right, let's start.
Already shared with him. I'll ask him to now onwards we will communicate directly.
Yeah, direct with them.
Also, I'll give
I think
him-
someone is
That's fine.
Yeah. So what I was saying that
The subject handler is,
yeah, please tell me. You are saying something?
if the subject handler is more thorough enough in subject, then we come to know what is course outcome at the start of the course itself.
Yeah, you come to know about the course outcome, but I'm saying that whether you discuss about, probably you are having one particular course that you are teaching in your class, right? What course you teach in your class? You just give an example. Example of whatever course you teach, you can tell the name.
Principle and computer organization.
Computer organization, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So how many course outcomes you have?
5.
5 course outcomes, right? So if you have 5 course outcomes, then while writing this course outcome, did you write this course outcomes at your own, or it was already there?
3 outcomes, 3 or 4 outcomes will be given in syllabus itself. Another 1 outcome will be framed by the subject handler.
Okay, another outcome you have framed, right? So it means that you have got some autonomy in this matter, that you can also add a 1 course outcome and check the outcomes is being attained or not and all that. So it's a very good practice actually. Now, what was your approach on first learning outcome? I mean, how did you ensure that your first learning outcome was done? I mean, your learning outcomes are generic or specific? I mean, it is one of the outcome is understood in the whole semester, or can be attained within maybe a set of classes. It all depends on how you have written the course outcome, whether it is.
We are having
Tell
5
me.
units.
Yeah.
For each unit, we are having 1 course outcome, sir.
You're saying
We are
something?
practicing. Sir, in our syllabus, totally 5 units we are having. For each unit, we are framing 1 outcome, sir. So after completing 1 unit, we can finish 1 course outcome.
Right. So after each unit, you are checking whether it has been. So in this manner,
Yes,
that's what. Yeah, that is perfectly all right. And while there was a course outcome, so definitely you have discussed with them. For this unit that you are going to start, this is the learning outcome. So it means that there is a good opportunity for you to check if you have written the course outcomes unit wise. This is one point. But there is another point, that while you are writing the course outcomes, you have to also think about the program outcomes, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Because if you just only look at your syllabus, and you can very easily write 5 lines from your syllabus, but those 5 lines may not ensure the program outcomes. And you have to also keep in mind that all the program outcomes have to be satisfied by the complete courses, but all the total courses anyway, right? It's not like that one particular course will get all the outcomes, program outcomes, but a set of courses might get some outcomes. Some of the program outcomes, they must, have the map. So that mapping is very important. So it means that many cases we see this thing, that we have the learning outcomes. It is very much necessary for us to continuously, this is my suggestion as a speaker, or as a co-teacher actually, as a teacher, it is my feeling that course outcome is something that we should never forget. While we are teaching for maybe 5 months or 6 months, whatever time we get, maybe on average 4.5 months, that 4.5 months, we should never make student also forget these things. they should never forget their course outcome. That is the way by which you can really get the outcomes attained. If we can make the students feel whether the outcome they have attained or not by themselves, that is the only way by which you can ensure, yeah, the students are getting some outcomes. Am I right or not? If the students are not going through, but teachers are doing, will it give you anything? First of all, definitely teacher has to remember the outcomes, and he, in every class or every 2-3 classes, he has to remind always in his mind ki this one outcome, I have given enough content for getting this one outcome, this particular outcome done. So I need to check, and I need to again ask the student, okay, I told you about this outcome. Now you tell me this question and say, and just I will check or I'll get an evaluation whether you have attained the outcome or not.
Yes, sir.
So this is a good practice that you can take in your classes. If you are already doing it, that is perfect. And if
Yeah,
you're
this is
not doing it,
what I suggested
try
and
that.
what class suggested. Okay. Just
So as we already have seen that learning outcomes are written with a verb phrase and declare a demonstrable action within a given time frame, such as by the end of a course, right? That is generally a verb phrase. And you have seen that those verbs are, a lot of action verbs are there. I'll come to that. You have already seen probably in the previous lecture. Basically, we design it backward. We design it backward and we deliver it forward. You can see it is, if you come from the left side, it is intended learning outcomes of the lesson, intended learning outcome of the unit, intended learning outcome of the course, learning outcome of the program, learning outcome of the institution. This is the backbone. It starts from the vision and mission of the institute, and it comes to it is reflected throughout all the activities which is there in the curriculum. Even if you do something beyond the curriculum, still it is in your plan. And ultimately your objective is that, to get the attainment. So attainment is not a job to be done for NBA. Attainment is not something which has to be done for NAC, or it has to be done only for accreditation. No, it has to be done for proper judgment, or make a level of judgment, make a structure of judgment. Because you see, whenever we do something as per, like probably just you look at your last class. Just look at your last class that you have taken in your course, and you just think about it, and you can say, or you can tell your fellow colleague, or maybe you will not say your fellow colleague, or say to yourself that the class was good or not. How many of you have thought it? Anyone? In the chat box, you can say that, yes, I have thought. Yes, we think that the last class was good or not. I have thought it. It comes into your mind or not? It is very much necessary to come into our mind that the last class was good or not. See, we can judge the last class was good or not as per our experience. We have a lot of experience of teaching, then we can judge, yes, my last class was good or bad. But if we do not have the experience, if we do not have the parameters, we do not have a certain basis of judgment, then definitely we do not know what was good and what was bad. So whatever we do, if we have a particular experience of doing it, then definitely we can judge it. But if we do not judge, we do not know whether it is getting a plus or minus into the whole process of quality assurance, in the whole process of accreditation. Because each teacher's everyday's class, everyday's student performance actually counts to the accreditation. It's not the accreditation is a job of 6 months or 1 year or maybe 2 years of practice. No, it is done from every class. If this feeling can be there inside of a teacher, if this feeling can be also imparted to the students, the student also start feeling whether their learning outcomes are attained or not by themselves. That is the beginning of the quality assurance. The quality will automatically come up, and that will be reflected in their campusing, in the other places of admission and all that. So although we have this deliver forward, we deliver from the lesson in the class, then for the unit, then for the whole course, then we for the program, like this for the institution also we do it like this, we deliver forward, but we design it backward. I mean, we start from the what is the institutional vision mission, then the academic programs or objectives, the program educational objectives that I told you. Then we talk about the program outcomes or the learning outcomes of the course from PO to CO, and then how the intent, what are the units to be there, should be there to attain, to achieve that outcome of the course, and also what should be the lesson plan, what should be the delivery process, such that it is properly withstanding the whole thing. So the delivery process is there. So you already have seen probably this I don't know. Have you seen this lecture? I mean this slide earlier. If this slide is you have seen earlier, then I will not give more time. Otherwise, you can take a screenshot of this slide. Sorry, I'm getting some cough and cold, so my voice is breaking. This is one of the beautiful point by which beautiful slide or beautiful example by which you can take the different type of action verbs and you can design your COs, the course outcomes. You start with the lower order, which is the recall, that is remembering. Then you go for the examine, the apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. So you have got all the action verbs like describe, name, find, list. These are very important that we should come out of what and how, when, this type of verbs that generally we use in the questions. Rather, we can use these type of words which are, better to be very specific, which will be in and measurable. These two important points must be there. The specific and measurable, because if you can write your COs properly, your question design or evaluation design will also come up perfectly. Your evaluation design will also follow your COs. Sometimes you might have seen that you have made a question and somebody says you to, you map with the COs, right? This type of things may come up. But if you have created the question from the CO itself, or you have written the CO in such a manner such that how to attain that CO directly comes from the CO itself. The question will come from the CO itself, or maybe a mathematical problem you are giving to check the analytical power or check the application power of a certain theory. That is a different issue, but COs will give you an idea of what to check in your evaluation. And they should be very, very perfect. They should not be very generic. They should be very, very specific. If it is specific, the question number and the evaluation number must be properly designed also, whether it will be 2 marks or 3 marks, perfectly designed, because you know how much is needed to be answered to get the attainment of that particular question. I hope all of you agree that the whole evaluation process is the backbone of the attainment. All of you agree or not? If we do not evaluate properly, can we do the attainment? Where from the attainment comes from? Where does the attainment comes from? The attainment comes from our evaluation, the evaluation results, how we analyze the results, what are the statistics, and that ultimately gives you an average statistics of a particular CO. You need to know how many questions you have given for a particular CO. You need to know how many students have answered that particular CO perfectly, and how many students have scored after over certain limit parameter. Over that, how many percentage of students have scored that a particular value, and that as per your standard, you think it is attained or you decide it is not attained. The decision is made. That is the attainment part, the whole attainment process, which is all about. So that is the backbone of the attainment. So a backbone of the attainment is evaluation process. The evaluation process backbone is how you have written your COs. If you have written your COs properly, you follow that, whether as per my CO I have taken my classes, as per my CO I have ensured in the class whether the things are learned, the students have learned all those outcomes, or they're able to come up with the solutions that is claimed in the outcome. Because in outcome there are a lot of claims made. The student will be able to this, student will be able to do that, they'll be able to solve problems, they'll be able to solve big problems on this part, or they'll be able to design something. So these things are written right in the course outcome. So you give a design and then check whether they're able to design. You'll get the answer, whether the learning outcome was attained or not. You give a problem, on spot you just check whether it is done or not, you gave a solution. So you get the idea. You were saying something? So Is it a practice that can be done in the class? Tell me, what is your suggestion? What do you say? Is it can be done in the class or not? Maybe 10 minutes or 5 to 10 minutes you spare in a particular class, and you just check. Maybe after 2-3 classes also you can try this. And the action verbs that you have sent, you have written in your COs, you have used in your COs, those action verbs, accordingly, you just throw the questions also. So many key words are there by which you can really show the learning objectives or learning outcomes. And you can use them, like you see the keywords for creating is design, formulate, build, invent, create, compose, generate, derive, modify, develop, produce. All these things you can use for creation. There are a little bit of common things will be sometimes there with a little bit of evaluation and creation. There are some common things sometimes, but evaluation is very specific. Some also that choose, support, relate, determine, defend, judge. See, sometimes we also use determine in some other places also, but there can be few words common, but most of the words are unique here. Like classify, break down, categorize, analyze. These are generally, when we talk about analysis, we generally come with the analyze word, but there are other things like criticize. Criticize is a word by which you can associate is a word. So what he can associate or not, that has to decide by analysis only. Classify is there, break down. Sometimes we give the classification as a understanding word. So there can be a little bit of relaxations in this part, but still we can follow. This is general guideline by which you can build your questions. I mean, by make you build your questions, also write your COs. You write your COs as well as you build your questions or evaluation using this Bloom's level, that is remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. So these are some of the sample course outcomes for a workshop and manufacturing practice lab, which says about it is basically the subject course details. There are course contents. These are all the 8 modules of course contents, and after that the course outcomes were like this. The identify and operate various hand tools related to variety of manufacturing operations. Safely fabricate simple components with their own hands. Evaluate dimensional accuracies and tolerances applicable for different manufacturing processes. Produce small devices of their interest for project or research purpose. So it can be modified in many ways, like you can modify in your own way, right? There is no problem, but identify, fabricate, evaluate, produce, these are the keywords which are there to which can be taken into account, which can be used, right, to finally go directly from the knowledge side to the project side. I mean, you start from the knowledge, you have a design analysis, you have some solutions that have to be done in the workshop itself. You may use some modern tools that you find in the workshop, or you can think about the teamwork, you can communicate with each other, everything will come up. But as a whole, these COs are written in such a way such that they will collaborate, I mean, they will communicate with these POs. Somehow or other, they will have the connection with these POs. They are not having a connection with only one PO, they have a multiple connection with many people. This can be further changed, like this is another one. I'll go to this one. Like identify and operate various hand tools related to variety of manufacturing operation. Safely fabricate simple components with their own hands. Like this is I've already talked about. Let us go to the another one. Like this one, technical seminar presentation. So this is another different type of subject where you can have this kind of COs, like prepare technical seminar presentations in PowerPoint format, which will be visually effective to reach any number of audience. So it has a lot of jobs within, like you have to make the PPT in properly so that it is visible to a good number of audience. Understand the methods of delivering and explaining the technical terms through effective diagram selection and use of whiteboard. So this is somehow is trying to relate with using modern technology, and by which you have there are possibilities of more connection to the audience, right? Analyze all core areas of mechanical engineering for variety of topics and enhance presentation skill by increasing level of detailing. So this is also a technical seminar, is not just wide communication, but it also talk about knowledge, because and when somebody is trying to give a seminar on particular subject, he has to be a very, for that time, for 10 minutes, he has to be a master of that. Otherwise, he is unable to say that, right? So he has to master that small topic for certain period of time, maybe 10-15 minutes, but you have to master that. So like this, the CO is written in such a way that this is connected to lifelong learning also, is connected to communication power, that is PO10, is connected somehow, one of the COs is connected with the modern tools, it's connected to the some analysis, engineering knowledge is also there, to reduce confidence to face any audience, communicate with them in disciplined manner and reply queries patiently. So there is other job of learning, listening capabilities are also there. So a lot of things you can input, you can put up in writing COs, such that those COs are mapping your POs in an effective manner. So as you can see, a lot of COs, I mean, there are a lot of COs here. I mean, 4 COs, a lot of POs are there which are left, which are not having any connection as per this understanding of the subject teacher, but there is no problem. But you have to ensure that all the program verticals or the various different components of the curriculum may catch, may reach at least, I mean, they should cover all the POs, they should map all the POs in the overall situation. This is one of the sample curriculum which has been designed directly from starting from the basics, and you can see various components having percentages, right? Like professional code is 35%, then 4.4% was the humanities, then engineering science was 16%, elective was 10%. So all these things are there such that they can map with the total set of POs. This was R18 when the credit structure was 180. Now you know that it has come around to 60, but it is very important for all of you to understand the program articulation matrix, because once you have started with the quality, the outcome-based education, and you have understood your need, you have understood the design, you have understood what is the process of going to the defining COs. Finally, what you have done, that you already have your POs which are reflecting all your planning. POs are reflecting on your planning, that what you want to make your student, what are the important attributes that you want to gain for the student, and what are the ways, the paths. The paths are the courses. The paths are the courses, and in the path, there are specific paths which are course learning outcomes. So course learning outcomes are must to map with the program outcomes in a perfect manner. If they are matched, if, as you already have known probably, I wrote the previous slide, once you have make this, as you already know, 1 is just like slight, and 2 is moderate, and 3 is substantial. All of you know about this, I hope. And after this, you need to have an average. It is not shown here, but you need to have an average of all these COs. This is like first COPO is like giving you PO1 is 1, 2, 2 and 1. So you have an average of this below PO1. So PO1 will give an average attainment of from this technical seminar course. Or you just look at the communication, all the 3s are given for this CO. So it means that in all the cases, communication has to be done. And this is maximum or substantially attaining the communication PO, that is PO10 through this subject. So CO1, 2, 3, 4, all of them need some little bit of communication. And that's how it is substantially happening. So it means that this 4, 3, this maximum attainment is 3. Because if you do an average, it shows you 3, isn't it? And if you go for PO1, its average will be 4, 5, 6 by 4 to like 1.5. So 1.5 is there coming from PO1. So just think this, that PO1 is attained a maximum of 1.5 out of 3, because this is within 3. So 50%, the maximum of 50% attainment can be done out of this 1.5 out of 3, right, by this subject. But that average must be there. So this is 1.5 for your PO1, 3 for PO10. Now your job after evaluation is to assess whether within this maximum, that is average 3 for PO10 and average 1.5 for PO1, how much a student is getting. And your standard or your reference level becomes 1.5 for this course for PO1. Are you getting my point? 1.5 will be your standard, the maximum to be achieved for this course. See, who is deciding this? You are deciding the standards. I told you at the beginning, agreed standard. Quality is all about agreed standard. If you think that by this communication technical seminar presentation, yes, I can attend 3 marks maximum for PO10, then I am giving 3 and as an average, right? So I understand that PO10 will give me 3 at the max. So within 3, how much I can get by the student. So that is the evaluation will give me. I know that PO1 will be maximum reached as 1.5 as per my understanding. So within 1.5, how much students are getting? That will be the attainment. So maximum attainment is 1.5 for this course and for this PO1. And for this course, for PO10, the maximum attainment is 3. So what I will see, if for within 1.5, whether I am reaching 1.5 by maximum number of students, more than 80% students or more than 70%, 16% students are attaining 1.5, then definitely it is attained. And if PO3, most of the students have attained 3 out of 3 or 80% of 70% students, that you will again decide how many students will reach, then you will say it is attained. So that also is, you can say that it is attained, PO10. Are you getting this point? If you have any doubt, then tell me. About PO1 and PO10, did you get this for this example? What is the average I'm talking about? The average is for a particular PO, 4 COs are there, 4 mapping points are given, 1, 2, 2, 1, and the average is 1.5. Are you getting this?
Yes, sir.
And for PO11, PO10, which is communication, which is the main point of this course, and we are thinking that all the COs to attend all these COs, POs will be attended at maximum, that is 3. So their average is also 3. So my attainment level that I have set, this is called set attainment. What I am setting? I am setting PO10 for this course will be 3. PO1 for this course will be 1.5. If this thing is clear, then the rest will be also clear. So I am giving one particular average for all the POs from one particular course. From one particular course, I am giving one particular one particular PO mark. This is an average. See, for manufacturing process, PO1 was 3, PO2 average was 2. These are all averages. You see, all the averages are here. Can you get it? This is the average point. This is the average point. And this is basically average of 4, average of 5. How many number of COs you have given? The average of that will be coming here. So like this, every course should have this row. This is a row of articulation. So basically what you are articulating, we're articulating the whole program. To articulate the whole program, you need a matrix. In that matrix, every course will have the mapping with POs. And how did the mapping come up? The mapping came up with the help of CO, because you have written the CO in adherence with 2 things. One is your syllabus, another is your PO. Or you may also say it like this: you have written the COs to satisfy the POs, and you have designed your syllabus accordingly. 2 things you can say. If you are already having the syllabus, then you have adjusted the COs in such a manner that yes, my course material is also there, as well as my PO attainment is also there. So I have written the COs in that manner to adjust both sides, right? But the actual process should be from PO to write CO, and from CO you design the whole syllabus. That is the actual process. But most importantly, This line is very important. And if you make a matrix of all courses, you see from the left side, course 1, 2, 3, 4, dot, 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 n, you have a huge matrix called program articulation matrix. Do you already know this? If you already know this, I just repeating might be, or maybe any previous speaker have already talked about it, but you already know because you're in the practice of NBA. So these are the very important things. If you're not knowing initially, then it's a very important thing to note that this is the point where you are setting the attainments. This is not the attainment. This is set attainment levels, right? This is the set attainment levels. And you see that as there are a lot of courses, so 2 to 3 courses must address one PO. It's not like all POs has to be attained by one course, all PO has to be mapped by all course, but at least 2 to 3 course must address one PO. It should not be like PO 7 have only one course, right? PO 6 engineering and society, PO 7 environmental and sustainability. These have to be mapped with at least 2 to 3 courses. You have to have certain subject like environmental science. Definitely it will map with PO 7, but you have to also think about the other courses which is having a link with PO 7. Might be in an IC engine subject, in an internal combustion engine, you are talking about pollution and it is related to environment. In a subject of, in a computer-based subject also, you are talking about environment, or you are talking about some heating issue, and how to make the environmental friendly wirings, or maybe in electrical also. You need to find out those things which are there inherent in any course which is related to the particular PO, and accordingly you have to map. So if you miss the mapping, if you miss the particular subject, and if you think that all my subjects are only having engineering knowledge, they have no other things, but so that much of effort has to be given to find out which are the points through which you can connect. So the job is diverse, and at least 2 to 3 concerned teachers. It is not a job of one person. At least 2 to 3 concerned teachers of a particular subject should make a meeting, should take a meeting, and in the meeting they should decide, yes, this is my view, that is my view. While communicating all the views, they should come to a standard. Well, this should be the PO levels mapping, or the set attainments. Even this is the maximum setting actually. If we talk about PO1 is 3 for primary manufacturing process, then this is the maximum attainment. 100% attainment level is 3. Although it is an average, for me now to attain, I have set 3 for this. I have set PO2 for 2, right? Now this 2 in 2 is called 100% attainment. If somebody is getting 2 in 2 is 100% attainment. But the question is, it is again another job to set whether the 100% attainment is your attainment, or maybe 80% of that, if is attained, you call it attainment. So that is another issue. We will see that later in the other lectures or other issues, where you will see that attainment level or set attainment level again have little bit difference from this point, although it is an average of the your mapped values, and this is the maximum attainment, of course, over there at 100% level. But you can still make a little bit of relaxation that, okay, PO1 was supposed to be 3, but if most of my students are reaching 2.8 out of 3, I will declare that PO1 is attained by ME402 or this code. If 2.8 is also attained, I will still say that it is attained. So that decision has to be given. That is again called set attainment, maybe at 80%, maybe sometimes at 70%. It varies. Many people do not go further in this point, and they take this average as the attainment part only. If 3 out of 3 is done, then as many students have, probably 60% of students have attained 3 out of 3. So that's how it is attained. So that is a decision, another thing in the attainment calculation process you will see. But this is the major basics by which you see, if we started with the quality issue, and ultimately we are at the construction of program articulation matrix. All graduate attributes and corresponding POs need to be addressed through the courses. So all courses must be designed in such a way such that they map to the POs, they map to the final objectives, again, which relates with the other issues. I mean, the objectives of the whole college, the whole institute, the institutional objectives. And so program educational objectives, program outcomes, and your course learning outcomes, program articulation matrix. These are extremely essential to have the framework, to have the important framework on which you set things and you judge them. Like you set a 10 out of 10. When 10 is given for a marks, you sometimes give to the student, give me something out of 10. But any class, you just go and, or after 2-3 classes, you give some marks out of 10. Try this. How much they will be giving? Probably in front of you, they are not giving. Take the relaxation, they will not use their name, or they will not use their roll number, anything. And ultimately, they will be anonymous poll. So you just get a reflection out of it. Don't bother whether if you're getting less number or high number, whatever. Don't get pampered with a high number, or don't get bothered, much bothered with a less number. But you always have certain probability of getting the reflection. The attainment. This attainment is coming in every class if you try. Although we try in a regular basis by questioning, but we do not relate them with this particular judgment, this framework. So if we can make the framework, if we apply them, if we continuously do this, then definitely it is very easy. It will become easy for you. It will not be a big issue during the accreditation process and all. So this will be the whole Bloom's taxonomy wise course selection and course outcomes. Even in this picture, you can decide the different subtopics. This is how the curriculum or syllabus should be designed as per the Bloom's taxonomy. You first of all design the courses, the COs, and the subtopics as per the COs, the topics or the units you decide. You add the units, or you even not always adding is there. Sometimes you have to subtract also. You have to sometimes eliminate some topics which is not necessary, which is old, or which is not no more important. So that also, even if you know that and that is your knowledge on that, so you will try to retain it. But if it is not used anymore, then you should delete that. So that way you can make it in a continuous improvement situation. And as per the Bloom's taxonomy, you make the whole thing. So with this, I hope you have understood a basic connection with quality. How do we assure quality? How do we basically do it together? It's not a separate job of having COPU attainment calculation and having another point of quality assurance job or something else, which is outcome-based education. These things are not myths. These are the part of our classes. And if we can assimilate the whole knowledge in our classes, if we can use them properly, then definitely the final result will be there within the students. The student feedback will give you the answer. So quality is something which is multifaceted. It cannot be ensured by one point. It is a continuous process. So it talks about efficiency, certification, standard, satisfaction, management, performance, assurance, service, reliability. So customer is very, very important here. Process and customer, these two things. According to the customer, according to their need, you change the process, you change the objective, you change the curriculum, and you change the whole thing as per your need. But the change should not be so frequent that you do not get the result. If you analyze the result and get the need of change, then you change. It's not for the sake of changing, you change. You change if it is needed, right? And you should also feel the need. It should not be like that. I don't feel any need forever. Whatever I know, that is the last thing and first thing, and I will continue that. I will not learn new things. I will not implement new things because it will give me more. It will take more hours from me, from my daily period, but not like that. So I have to be, again, the priority of quality. Quality has to be the priority. If the quality is not the priority, then no method, no NBA, no standardization can give anything to the ultimate goal of the student development. So I end here because after that, I probably have given 2-3 things here, like Art 18 to Art 21 we did. That is, Art 18 was the last curriculum that I showed you. Then a little bit of changes happened because there are a lot of humanities subject came up where the percentage is a little bit of changed. in modern generation, humanities subjects are coming up more, such that they become overall, students get overall development in a societal level also. And now in R23, which is the 2023 batch onwards program curriculum, which is in the 160 credit only, where the whole scenario has changed. See, this is the continuous change which I was talking about. As per the need is analyzed by the government, the need is analyzed by the different sectors, the feedback that has been taken, and they have decided that, okay, the whole thing has to be changed. Now major minor has come up. Major minor was already there in many places, but strictly major minor has to be followed now. Multidisciplinary courses are there, value added courses are there, ability enhancement, skill enhancement, value added, right? All these things are there. The project and internship is there. Already these things were there previously also, but the nomenclature have changed, and some more, more thrust has come up on particular points, or more rearrangement has been done, such that to make them clearly seen, right? Clearly visible. The visibility has been increased. So this is a continuous process, and it will go on. So next was assessment tools and process, which is basically will be covered in the further lectures in your workshop. So here I end. If you have any question, then you can please ask. I have taken a little bit more time, up to 3:47. So am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, sir. You're audible,
Yeah.
sir.
Participants are requested to ask sir questions.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Your elaborated explanation gives us clear understanding about COPU and all other mappings. But my question is, total grade 160 as per NEP,
Yeah.
but some universities following more than that and some universities following less than that at all. So what is the exact, or is there any minimum and maximum levels of the credits? Could you please explain about that?
Yeah. Actually, as per my knowledge and concern, I have heard about government regulations, and they are trying to make it 160 at all costs by consideration of it. But sometimes they are having little bit of fractional changes, like up to 163. I have seen to some extent of sometimes 163. I have seen this figure also, but they are trying to make it limited within 160 range at least. I mean, it should not be 170 or 180 towards that. 160 has been almost fixed up. Little bit of changes maybe for autonomous colleges, they make it 163 or maybe plus minus some percentages. That can be done. But I have heard that their target is to make it 160.
In NEP document, as per national education policy, the limits, the minimum limit of credits is mentioned starting with 144, and 160 is also followed by some other. I think it is average level and better level. So that's why I'm asking this question.
Yeah, it will be difficult actually, because they have structured it in a different way now. And they have given relaxation on the other points, like this ability enhancement, skill enhancement courses. There you can play actually. There you can play value-added courses. You can play some adjustments that you really want to make to suit to 160 and keeping their percentages also closed. You can have a plus minus 2-3% of variation in those places also, as per the authorities I have heard. Plus 2-3% variations can be there. And also this multidisciplinary, the word they have used it for both meaning. I mean, there are some courses which are learned by all the courses, I mean all the programs. There are some subjects, and as well as there are subjects which we call multidisciplinary because they are relating to the other branches, right? These are the two meanings. So generally multidisciplinary means they are which is having relevance to 2 disciplines or 3 disciplines, right? Multidisciplines. And also this multidisciplinary sometimes is coming close to basic science courses all sometimes. I mean, few basic science courses are coming here because they are taken by major all the disciplines. So there are little bit problems, of course, there are still, and it is very difficult to make some strong judgment about, I mean, this concerned things. But we need to adjust. As you see that, as I talked about, we do not start from zero. Nothing we start from zero. Even the word research, if you talk, research is what you search. Whatever has been searched and written and put in the internet, that only you search. Can you search something which is not there? We do not search something, right?
Yes, yes.
So we search what, which is a research, right?
Yes, yes.
Somebody has searched, then somebody have done something, they have put in, published something, and then that we search. So that is research. So that's how we already have a framework. We already had a framework. We have satisfied that into NBAs. Many years, many institutions might be there. Many of you have belonging to institutions which have been NBA accredited for a long time. So basically, they know things. So they know what is going to happen. They know the basic things are there already, but they're trying to make the feel in a different way. Like major and minor, they are making very fixed up. Like this 20% of 160 means 32 credits and 50% of your major, that is a PC, that is 160 major means 80 credits. They have made it very fixed up, these 2 things. And the rest you can play actually. But
okay, Sandeep, very good. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Sir, I have one doubt. What is the difference between NEP 2020 and 2023, sir?
No, at least just NEP what is the question? I didn't get it actually.
NEP 2020 and 2023.
No, it's not like that. NEP was actually published in 2020, but you know, the application of that took time. I mean, in last 3 years, there has been a continuous approach from central government to make people educate about the new features of, you know, this curriculum, the new features of the this multiple entry and exit system, like the credit transfer, academic bank of credits, how to transfer the credits. All these things are there. So majorly this multiple entry and exit. For that, you need to concentrate on this major and minor properly. If you have a major, then how much credit will be there in a particular year, how much credit of a major has to be given in a particular year. Maybe in the first year, how many credits you will offer, how much of the major credit will give in second, third, and fourth year. That has to be decided by you, or that has to be as per the process, or as per the guidance of AICTE as well as the university as a whole. You have to do it. So there is no such difference. I mean, it's just like in 2023, they are still coming up with, I mean, more thrust on your implementation of NEP, the National Education Policy. Although it came up in 2020, but it took a lot of time. I mean, 3 years will be not even enough. I think more time will be required for everybody to grasp it properly, and implement that will be further taking time. So there is no difference. So this is just the 2023 curriculum that we, in our curriculum, it is my own mechanical curriculum that is designed for it this way.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Can you explain once again to set attainment values for knowledge and skill-based courses?
Attainment values.
Yeah.
Of knowledge and skill-based courses. You want to say about? I mean, from this slide only your question, or from previous slide?
Previous slide, sir. Already you told now we have to set the attainment values.
Okay. Like
Yes,
this slide,
yes.
probably. Yeah. Well, this slide, this particular program articulation matrix, which is basically a summation of all the courses, right? Now, it is you, the primary decider, who have to think about your own course. For example, if you teach 2-3 courses, okay, and for these 3 courses, you will be the primary person to decide. If it is coming from the university, that is a different issue. But if you are autonomous, Even if it is coming from university, you can give suggestion, but you need to think over it, ponder over it, and find out whether the existing COs are okay or not, and whether the existing COs are perfectly matching with the skill set being presented in the course or being offered by the course, or the knowledge base being offered by the course. Accordingly, we'll give the numbers. For example, for a primary manufacturing process, it also have a lab. We have not shown the lab part here. We have just given the marks for the primary manufacturing process theory. Right? If it was a lab, then for the lab, probably PO 10, PO 11, PO 12 will have higher mapping. Right? POs 5 might come up. There might be an advanced manufacturing process which will be having advanced tools they'll be using in PO 5. But PO 5 is untouched in theory part. If you are making the theory and lab as a whole in one course, or you are writing for one row, then both skill set will come, the knowledge skill set as well as your skill set. So knowledge or skill, how much you are giving, how much you are imparting for a particular course, you have to decide how much number, how much attainment, maximum attainment you will give. For example, PO1, I have given 3. It means an average. I think that all the COs has been written in such a way that they will try to give the maximum attainment of PO1. I mean, engineering knowledge in all the course outcomes written for primary manufacturing course, engineering knowledge is a must. I mean, engineering knowledge will be attained for sure. If the students get all those things, they will get the PO1. So this way, whether PO1 is done, but PO2, maybe the analysis is not coming in some of the courses. Some of the courses, some of the subtopics, you are not having the application, or some of the courses you are not having the problem solving. So PO4 will not be touched. So PO4 will be touched or not. It depends on how you map the course. Just look at this. We had this one. Yes, this one. PO1 having 1, 2, 2, 2, right? It can be changed as per your thinking. If you think that PO1 will be 3, 3, 3, 3, then its average will be 3. So you are the person who is deciding the CO, and or if there is already existing CO, whether the CO is giving you the knowledge skill set, then basically it will give you the max 3 out of 3, or 2 out of 3, or 1 out of 3. So you have to decide. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Within 3,
Sir, actually,
you are giving the point actually.
Okay, sir, in the previous slide, you have shown PO1 value is 3 now for the course.
This is just another example actually. This is just another.
But here,
example. Yeah.
But here in CO, oh, it will not be matched.
It will not match.
Okay, but
that was another example.
Subject.
That was
okay, sir. For the same subject, I'm asking for the same subject in the mapping. The previous slide, you have given PO1 is 3 for the same subject in the COs. Shall we give the less value, or it should match with 3?
Actually, if I say that, I will change it. See, if we try to match that, the next slide, then I have to give 3 everywhere here. 3, 3, 3, 3. Then the average will be 3. Okay.
Okay. Now this average will be given in this second.
Average will be given in the program articulation matrix. These 3.
Oh,
you're getting the point? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. For example, 2. This 2 is there. Okay, so if I want to make the CO, see, it's a reverse process also. Sometimes you may decide this also. You can decide this and accordingly map the previous. I say the design backward and deliver forward. So if you if it is your motto, I have to make 3 PO1 by this primary manufacturing process, and accordingly I will write CO. Accordingly, I will design the syllabus. That also the reverse.
Okay.
So these 2, to attain this 2, I mean to make this 2. I will make PO2 maybe 2, 2, 3, 3. So it is on average coming, might be 2 coming. 3, 3, 6, 2, 8, 2, 10 by 4, 2.5 coming actually. So if it is right, then I have to write here as 2.5. No problem, I am writing 2.5. So definitely that this thing should come from this only. The proper averaging should be there. Okay. Actually, I missed to do an average. I thought to include it, but later I forgot to make these 2 things same. So, this one. This one.
Okay, sir, actually, how to set the attainment value, sir?
See, attainment values, when you are setting 3, as you are
Yes.
writing 3, means you have a full confidence that manufacturing process subject and the different your syllabus of this manufacturing process, all the units is ensuring 3 out of 3 for P1, but a maximum attainment, maximum substantially high mapping with PO1. Means they will have engineering knowledge for sure. But
yes, yes.
The question is, my average is 3. Now I'll go to the program articulation again. So I have full confidence on PO1. I have little less confidence on PO2. Again, I have full confidence on 3, less confidence on PO4, no confidence on PO5. Right? This is confidence level that you are deciding, right?
Okay.
So in this way, I will not think about PO5, but I will think about PO1, PO2, PO3, PO4, whether they are getting attained or not. So my questions, my evaluation should be aligned in such a way, my question should be such that I can judge 3. And if the students are getting 3 out of 3, then definitely this is a complicated process. This is not a very simple process that I can tell you in one line. This is a much bigger process that is coming forward that I have not explained actually. There are probably 7-8 sessions for that. But I give you a brief before I give you a brief here that these 3, how do you judge this 3 out of 3 they'll be getting or not? Or whether you will be having this 100% as your target. Your targeted the maximum of your target is 3 for PO1 for this course, okay? But you may decide for 2022 passing batch, okay? For 2022 passing batch, maybe you have decided that 80% of this maximum, that is 2.4. If 2.4 is attained by 60% of your students, then you call it attained.
Attained. Okay.
This attained word is a decision that has to be again validated by BOS, validated by in the academic council. Yes, this has decided in BOS, and this is the maximum percentage of attainment as a maximum we are taking. The decision-making point should be there. See, in some cases, we just think that yes, 60% of students have got more, have got 3 out of 3, so 3 PO1 is attained here. So attained is decision of like why. Yes, it is attained. So primary manufacturing is saying why for PO1. Another process, another subject, maybe applied thermodynamics saying no for PO1. Why no? Because I have said 3 maximum, but my 60% students have not reached 3. My 50% students have reached 3. So my answer is no for applied thermodynamics. Like this, we will set a lot of yes and no, yes and no, and yes and no for PO1. Are you getting?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So for PO1, if there are 10 subjects who are mapping with PO1, suppose. So for 10 subjects, I will be getting maybe 7 yes and 3 no's, maybe. Then percentage-wise, what is the maximum? Maximum is saying Y. So I consider that as Y. There also I can put a percentage barrier, but the things it is all in your own hand, na? So you can try to make it more complicated if you want, but you can try to make it simple also, right? Like here 100% you take this is more simplified. Or if you want to say that yes, if I take 3 as 100%, then next batch what will decide? For 2022 batch, if I say 2.4 is the maximum, then next batch probably I try to improve 2.6 is the maximum.
Yes.
And accordingly, I will change and I will show the my changes in syllabus. I have changed the curriculum delivery syllabus delivery process. In some way, I have changed. I have used modern tools such the student gets more understanding of the thing, and they have improved from 2.4 to 2.6.
Okay.
So this is a continuous improvement. So the scope of continuous improvement is also.
So that improvement can be shown by using the teaching learning process method.
While teaching learning process and also the evaluation by the attainment calculation. Yes, it is coming up. You have to show ample data, ample data of course, but ample background why you have changed, why what you have changed, and how you have changed. Continuous improvement can be shown by these 3 things. First of all, non-attainment. then the new things that you have done to enhance the attainment, and finally the attainment. It is not just like within 2 years everything has increased. It is not possible. Nobody will believe, or they will just think that you have not understood the whole process. You may take time to understand. They will not say that you don't know anything. They will just think that the whole process, they are in a learning phase, because they get so much of experience that
Yes,
they will judge it in a different way. They will altogether different way they will judge.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Most welcome.
So,
To be honest, there are huge data actually, and I mean this is just a point of starting. Assessment tools and process, direct and indirect, what are the ways, steps, and all. So many things are there. Lot of steps. Finally, you get the attainment data, final attainments, all these things you get, and finally you get this matrix. I mean the whole batch matrix. All the students in the one side, and their internal marks and all other things are there. How much they are attaining, that average can be calculated. This is the attainment CO assessment basically. Finally, you are getting this CO assessment of a particular subject. Then and after that, the PO attainment calculation forwarded by the PO attainment examples, followed by the final indirect assessment and direct assessment. This was all about direct assessment through various examinations, and followed by the indirect assessment like survey. And afterwards, you get the final values of all the attainments of PO and PSO. This is the final thing that you are going to understand, or I mean, by the fourth or next few days, 3-4 days, actually, this whole process you will understand how. But today's job was, or my job was, to make you connect with the need of it, and the why we need it, whether it is a regular thing or a specific thing for accreditation purpose only, or as a burden, or it is a continuous thing that should be within us. I mean, we should enjoy it. It's not take as a burden. That is what I try to connect today.
Thank you so much, sir. I hope the participants have enjoyed the session like we have. I hope you have had fun, while teaching us.
Yeah, sure.
So right now, I request Arindam sir to present our speaker with a small token of gratitude and appreciation that we have prepared from the end of from our end. So please accept it, sir.
Thank you very much for giving this honor. Thank you very much. It was really a pleasure for me to attend this one.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
So feedback link and assignment link, I think they are provided. Participants, do you want to share anything else? If not, we can wrap up the session here.
Thank you very much. So I'm leaving the session. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Sir. Yes.
Participants can leave the session, can leave the meeting, and the links will be provided. The links will be provided by the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you.